How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. Do us a huge favor, jump into the chat and let us know that you are here. That's what we always try to do. Let us know that you are here. Also, just a huge favor, like, comment, share this post. That tells Facebook and YouTube that we are doing a good job. If you've ever joined us for a Mentor Monday, you know it is never about fluff. We always do what we say that we're going to do. And tonight, we are starting a new series to start 2025 off that is all about your social media game. And it's going to be called I got to look at the screen myself, the Life Coach Starter Guide to Social Media. Tonight, we're going to be talking about Instagram. But let me say hello to everybody. There's Zoe joining us from Asheville. Americo's joining us from Richmond, Virginia. Joan's joining us from Bakersfield. Steve is joining us from Ontario. Sheila is joining us from Nashville. Love is joining us from Georgia. Latoya is joining us from Louisiana, but living in Mississippi. And Desiree is joining us from Buffalo, New York. Tracy's also joining us from Georgia. Dan is saying hello from Huntingburg, Indiana. New Zealand is in the house. Awesome. Very good. Welcome, Desiree. And lots of Happy New Year's. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you. Love, if you guys would, as you guys are making it in, let us know that you are here. Do me a huge favor. Just really quickly like and share this. I know this is going to be one of the most in-demand series that we do. I'm sure that as the year is progressing, it's going to be a go-to series for a lot of coaches, especially brand new coaches that have not established social media at all, or you don't even know where to start. We're going to be looking at all of those major platforms and helping you with that. Let me say hello to a couple more people. Allison saying hello from South Carolina. Grace, who's saying hello. Deanna from Canada as well. If you guys would, please keep those comments coming in. Let us know that you are here. Tell us where you're joining us from, what you're excited about as we begin this new series. Let me see who else I need to say hello to. Oh, it's Jen, not Grace. Well, I just saw Grace and I just kind of assumed, but got it. And Jen is joining us from Wisconsin. Very good. Well, let's do this. Let's talk about what we are talking about tonight as we start off this new series. It's the Life Coach Starter Guide to Social Media. And tonight our point of emphasis is going to be on Instagram. Now, many of you have some degree of social media. You've probably up to now been just using it personally to connect with friends and to connect with family members and all of those other things. But most of you have never actually leveraged it for your business or for business in general. And so what I'm going to attempt to do as we walk through this series is I want to introduce you to the major platforms that are out there that you really should at least look at. I'm not saying that you need to be on every platform that is out there, but the platforms that make the most sense for where you're going to find your ideal coaching client, because they live somewhere on one or more of these platforms. And what works and what doesn't work, what should your strategy be, all of those other kinds of things. That's what we're going to try to uncover week by week. And the thing that I'll tell you is that most coaches are actually using social media very poorly. And so I don't want you to emulate or copycat what other coaches are doing out there, because they may or may not even be getting results. Even if they have a following, does not mean that they are actually getting results. You may or may not know that. So before we begin, you might want the slides, and here's how you get them. Text slides to 833-258-7547. Just the word slides, no other words. Just text the word slides, and you'll get to that page, and you'll scroll down to the bottom, and you'll hit the download button, and you will be able to download them. Let me say hello to a couple more people who are saying hello. Cheryl, who's joining us from Massachusetts. James, who's joining us from Texas. There's Bart saying hello from Colorado. Good to see you. All right, we ready? Well, let me give you some guidelines really on the front end. And I'm going to emphasize this every week throughout the series because a lot of times coaches start out of the gate using social media poorly and they don't really understand the application of what it requires to actually acquire clients. I'll say this on the front end. A client becomes a client because of relationship. And in order to get a client, there needs to be a certain degree of readiness upon the client. It means that they've got to be in a high degree of readiness, ready to do something. The second part is actually rapport. They need to have a rapport with you. That is what has to happen before a relationship is born. Someone might be ready, but you haven't established any kind of rapport. You don't have a relationship with them. And so they're not going to become a client. Or you might have rapport with them, but they're just simply not ready yet, which means that we've got to have a viable relationship, a relational connection with them until the day arises that they are actually ready. But see, most coaches, when they come out of the gate, they see social media as a means of advertising. And that's the problem with the logic coming out of the gate as a coach is that you would use social media to advertise yourself. Well, here's what we need to do. We need to put that word out of your vocabulary because we don't advertise. What do we do is that we are developing a relationship with someone. And here's the reality. If you were just selling dishwashing detergent and it's the same thing that somebody else sells in town, then you can just simply advertise. And then you can advertise a lower price and that we have this available. And then they'll put two and two together and say, oh, here's a place where I can get this. It's closer to where I live, or it's about the same price or whatever. It's apples to apples. And that's how people make decisions based on advertising, right? But coaching is a very personal service and we are in a relational business. And the quicker that you understand that it is about building rapport and nurturing a relationship, the more successful that you're going to be. And let me say this on the front end as well. You do not have to have a large following before you start making money as a coach. You could start making money as a coach with just a handful of followers. As long as they are engaged people that you have nurtured relationship with, they are going to become paying clients. So I don't really care about how big the following is because there's plenty of people who have a bunch of followers. Some of them are bots, some of them are fake followers, some are people who are just followed them for a while but aren't really engaged with them. You can buy followers. That's not hard to get. Who cares about having a big following if no one is actually becoming a client? And engagement is where your focus needs to be. So, what is our big goal with creating and setting up social media accounts and using these platforms? Well, we know the outcome that we are after is to get clients, right? Presumably, it is to get clients. But we have some objectives that we have to meet in order for that to happen. And so, to develop a relationship, I'm giving you a relationship map on the front end. I will cover this each week because I need to remind you. I don't want you guys out there advertising. I don't want you guys, at least in the way that we're thinking about it. I don't want you guys out there just trying to, you want a coach or you're looking for a coach? I don't want you doing that. This is what we do instead. Here's the map. First off, choose a consistent message that reflects your brand and you stick to it. So I'd say that the vast majority of coaches who are coming out of the gate have messages that are all over the place. They go for a generalist coaching. They coach as generalists, so they'll usually just say life coach, and they seem to talk about literally everything that's under the sun. And I will look at some of these coaches' social media when they come out of the gate because it's very common for us because we have a jumpstart program and we always give our coaches feedback on what they're working on. And if I see a coach that says, I'm doing social media and nothing's working, then you know what I know? I know that coach is not telling me the truth. You know why? Because that is not true that nothing is working. They act like, well, I've tried everything. That's impossible. You haven't tried everything. And usually, if I look at someone's social media, I find the problems that I'm going to show you here, that I'm giving you a map so that you don't make these mistakes. And if you're doing anything in social media and it's not working, the first thing that I'm going to look at when I look at your social media is I'm going to look at, do you have a clear message? Is it clear who it is that you serve, clear who your who is, and is it clear what problem that you solve and what solution that you bring? That's the first thing that I look for. And almost 100% of the time when I look at a coach's social media, that is always unclear. Now, if that's unclear, as I've said before, it's like buying a commercial office space and not putting a sign above it. No one knows what's inside that building, so it's highly unlikely that anybody's ever going to buy anything from it. Your social media is exactly like that. Think of social media as replacing your brick and mortar store, so you need to have a clear message of what you're about. And when I say clear message, this is going to reflect what your brand is, and you stick to that message, not 5 different messages. No, we're not trying to help you with this, and I'm not trying to help you with this, and now I'm going to focus on this or whatever. I've got to have one message to one group of people, and you need to be preaching that message all the time. Second thing is that you're also using social media to help clients find you. That means that you are showing up where your ideal audience is, and you're making it easy for them to connect with you, which means that you've got to use certain terminology, and you've got to use language that allows them to locate you on any of these platforms using certain keywords and search terms and everything else. Third, you need to engage authentically. Social media is called social media for a reason. You see that word social? What do you think social means? Social means build relationships. It means connection. And if you are just posting without the objective of connection, then you're not going to get clients. That's the difference between these brands that are very non-relational and they just post a bunch of stuff, and they're basically throwing everything out there that they hope get some eyeballs on it. But see, in coaching, you don't want to be hiding behind some corporate logo or some kind of image. You are the business. You're the one that they're looking to hear from. You're the one that they're looking to connect with. And so we don't want to just sit around posting a bunch of memes all the time. We don't want to just be posting everybody else's content and posting everybody else's videos, because that's sometimes what coaches do. What we want to do is that anything that we're doing, we want to think through what are our objectives. Well, our outcome, our big goal is to get clients. So anything that I'm posting needs to have a clear message. It needs to help people find us. It's putting the sign up, but it also needs to be something that is about making a connection with this person. And even better if it's interactive. Now, as we keep going, fourth thing is that you've got to serve with value. That means that everything that you post on social media should inspire people. It should be educating them. It should be entertaining them. It should be solving problems to some degree, helping them address, because you're talking about the problem that keeps them up all night. And what ends up happening is that after you serve people really, really well, you know what they do? Is that they follow you. That's what people do. They're like, I like what this person's talking about. This seems like my people. They're talking about my problem. They're not talking at me and just posting a bunch of stuff. I realize that they're here to connect with me, engage with me. And since you're giving them valuable stuff, you know what they'll do? They'll look forward to your content. They will follow you. They will bookmark things. They will share things. They will save things that you are posting. And what happens is that every time that happens, it's moving them closer to becoming a paid client. Couple more things. Build trust over time. Coaching relationships are born when clients are ready and rapport is established. But remember that this is over time. So coaches, and if I've heard coaches say, well, I tried social media and it wasn't working for me. And then I look at what they did. They did for like a solid week or two. Is anybody looking for a coach? I've got 5 spaces open for clients right now. And they say desperate kinds of things like that. What happens, what we have to understand is that think about this like a dating relationship. If you went to a coffee shop and you saw a barista working and you thought that they were really cute, the first thing that you do is not ask them to marry you. You'd be like, what kind of a creep is this asking the barista to marry them the moment that they saw them? It's the first time we've ever laid eyes on each other and we're going to get married. or that you go up to the barista and ask them out on a date. Now that might work 1 out of about 1,000 times. I'm giving you real stats here. It's possible that somebody could come on your social media, lay eyes on you, and say, "This is the person that I've been looking for my whole life." 1 out of 1,000. But the rest of people are going to build relationship over time, which means that day 1, it's not going to happen. And maybe even not day 14, it's going to happen. I don't know. People are at different places with regard to their own development. And how long does it take before someone builds trust with you, builds rapport with you? I can't know. That's why you've got to be consistent. So that also means that you've got to have an appropriate ask. So as you're building trust, as you're posting things, we have an appropriate ask. That means there's a clear call to action. That's what a CDA is. That invites them into the next level of the relationship. Because sometimes that means that they're going to get a free resource. Sometimes that might be a consultation call. Sometimes that might be a webinar. Sometimes that might be some kind of a group or something like that. But we need to know that there is a next level and we need to have those available. Sometimes it's just download a free resource from me. So what we have to understand, because I know that what's happening right now is that some of you have already downloaded our slides for tonight and you haven't signed up anything with us, right? Well, what's my hope in it? My hope is that I'm serving you with something that's really valuable that you're not just pulling, that you can't just pull from anywhere. And what my hope is that if I serve you really well and I keep, because here's the reality, I'm going to be back next week. And I'm going to be back the next week in this series. And I'm going to be back the next week in this series. Some of you might actually download this resource. You learn some things and you're like, dude, I want to start my coaching journey with Paul tonight. But you know what? Some of you may not want to for 6 weeks until I'm at the end of this series. Some of you might hold on to all of those downloads because some of you got a crap ton of downloads on your computer from me right now and you haven't done anything. Hey, I'm not isolating you or pointing you out. I'm welcoming you back. But maybe your choice is going to be 3 months down the road. Maybe you've got things that you've got to get in order in your life. I'm not in a rush. I'm going to keep being here and I'm going to keep serving you to the best of my ability. That's what I understand is that we are over the long haul in this thing. So the appropriate level of ask might be join me for a live on YouTube. Maybe the next appropriate ask is join me for a workshop. Join me where I'm going to be speaking somewhere. Or maybe it's a low cost offer or something like that. So there's an appropriate ask that is the next step that we should always have. And so as I'm giving you these things, I'm going to go over this every week, that first beginning part, because it applies to regardless of what platform you're on. It is relevant to every one of those platforms. So let's talk facts and figures with regard to Instagram specifically so that we understand the platform. First off, Instagram from an age range, it's primarily 18 to 34. That's going to be your largest demographic. 67% are between the ages of 18 to 29, and 60% are age 30 to 49. So let's think about this. If I was looking for an older demographic, I may not find them on the platform. I could, but see, this is one of those things that I need to just understand what is the age range of people. But what do you see is that you see a lot of people who are youngerish. And then you see a lot of people who between the ages, and here's what I'd say, between the ages of 18 to 49, but especially mid 30s, people are changing careers like crazy. They're changing jobs like crazy. There's a lot of flux. There's a lot of growth. There's a lot of development. See, there's a lot of different things that you can say about these stages of life that if you went back in time, you can think about the stages of life that you went through, what you were after, what's happening. People are getting married. People are having children. People are starting things. There's a lot of different things. People are still dreaming about their future. People are not a finished work during these age ranges and stuff. And here's what I would say is that these demographics, people are more open to help in these younger demographics than really any that we've seen before. So there's a lot that you can glean from. These aren't just numbers. There's things that you can glean from. There's slightly more women, but you pretty much have a 50-50 on the platform with regard to gender. And the income range of people who are using Instagram is going to skew towards middle to high income earners. And so these people who are on there, they are making purchases online. They have the money and they have the means to actually hire a coach. Now, daily active users, it is a very busy platform. There are over 1 billion monthly active users. That's actually more than 10% of the population of the planet is actually on Instagram and they are active users. Now, 500 million users interact every day with stories. So when we say stories, there is a little function. We'll look at it in just a second. But when you upload the story and it's a temporary, it stays up there for 24 hours and it gives a little highlight with anybody that you're following that they can see that you've posted something. And so there's a high interactivity that's happening with that. There's a very high engagement rate compared to other platforms that are out there. But what are the mistakes that coaches are making? First of all, coaches who are posting salesy content are alienating their followers because they're sitting around promoting. But what our objective is to build value. It's to build a relationship with people. And so if you are only promoting and you are not adding value to people, then it's only a matter of time before people are going to unfollow you. And granted, if you're just sell, then people aren't going to stay listening to your content for very long anyway. They're definitely not going to become clients, even if they tolerate it for a little while. Second thing, and this is probably the biggest mistake that I see coaches make, is that there's inconsistency. Posting inconsistently and constantly changing the messaging and the strategy kills coaches all the time because coaches want instant gratification. They're like, man, I gotta get clients, and I'm urgent, and I gotta get something done now. And so they post feverishly for a few days, and they're very engaged, and then all of a sudden they just drop off the face of the planet. Now you have to understand how these things are working. Let's think about Instagram as a platform. When you've got a billion people on a platform in the course of a month, those are a lot of people who are posting. If I just had a billion people post, a billion posts in a month, that's a lot of posts, right? Now, what's the likelihood that someone's going to see a coach post one time over the course of a month, post two times over the course of a month? Now, maybe your friends, people who know you, who are following you out of the gate, they might see that, but that's why you've got to actually be consistent because they're going to forget about you. You know, the other thing that's going to happen is that Instagram's really good at keeping you on the platform. Instagram knows the funny reels that I like to watch, and it'll keep serving them on there. What I did is because I know how addicted people can get really quickly, I had to put little time monitors that literally shut the app down because I know what Instagram will do. Oh, Paul likes seeing people seeing funny videos of these sorts, and that Paul likes. Oh, now I'm talking and my phone's probably listening to me. Paul likes this sport. I'll leave it unnamed. Paul likes this inspirational speaker. And so I'm going to put this person up a lot, or people like them, or people who are familiar or whatever. And so what they do is that they keep filling it, and they know how to keep you addicted and stay on. So if you don't have something that is truly engaging people, then they're going to forget about you after about 90 seconds. So that's why you've got to have a message that is for a group of people, that is about a problem that they actually want to solve, and that you're doing something that actually engages with them rather than being someone that everybody just kind of like scrolls past. Another mistake that coaches make is poor quality content. That means that their visuals do not look that good, or it's just uninspiring and it's low performing. Another thing that I see a lot of coaches do is they post a lot of random things on their Instagram, and Instagram's trying to figure out what your account is about. Now, if you need to, create a separate one from your personal, because if you create a business account in Instagram, then you can see insights and you can see engagement. You can see when your followers are on and when they're off, and you can pick the best time to post for your followers. Don't try to get one of those schedules that they say, what's the best time to post on Instagram? Don't follow that, because your followers are going to be joining you at different times. So you need to post a lot, And you can see the kinds of posts, because here's what I'll tell you. You see the kinds of posts that people like, you see the things that they engage with, and you keep posting those kinds of things, that kind of content. So if you've got followers who like to click on your stories, then you need to post more of those. If some of them are looking at posts, if some of them are looking at reels, some of them might like dynamic content more than others. They might like videos more than others. You don't know coming out of the gate. So you don't just copy what everybody else is doing. You just have to create some stuff that is inspiring, that is not random, because again, Instagram is looking at your account and it's looking at the hashtags. It's looking at the language that you use on your profile page. And it's trying to figure out what you are about and what are you the expert in. And then it promotes your content because you're consistently posting, because they like people who consistently post. And when you're posting stuff that people stay on and they watch, you're not trying to beat the algorithm so much, but you are trying to post stuff that is relevant to your ideal client. And then Instagram figures out who you are and they understand you as far as that's concerned. Now, a couple more mistakes. Coaches who are posting stuff that is not engaging. And so they're posting one-sided content and they're not responding to comments. They're not responding to direct messages that people are getting. There's also a lot of coaches who post stuff that never has a call to action. You've got to direct your followers to take actions. Now, it doesn't mean that the action is always trying to close them at a high end program or a high end coaching package. You might be just calling them to action, and you can do this on your main page of some kind of a download. You know what you need to do when people are coming on your Instagram and they're looking, they're in on and off, and if they don't subscribe, if they don't follow you on Instagram, then you're never going to know that they were ever there. So I have a download that's on there that has a link. And then what ends up happening is that now I have their name and I have their email address at the very least. And I can continue nurturing a relationship with them. And maybe they'll come back to Instagram, but I at least have their information because I called them to a specific action that wasn't painful. It was an appropriate level of action. But I might invite them to another freebie. I might have a free course. I might have a Q&A. I might have a number of different things, but you always have to have some sort of a call to action. Otherwise, you're just posting all the time. So sometimes people are really good at getting followers. They're not really good at asking them to do something. And it's not being salesy. I would just say that your post to call to action needs to be about 9-1 or 8-2. That means that you're adding value to people. There's always a call to action on your page, but only about 10 to 20% are you actually asking them to do something. And sometimes you can just make a post that is simply asking. They're looking for you to tell them what the next right step is. Another mistake that coaches make is an unclear bio. And so when you go on their profile page, we have no clue who this person is and who they actually help. So we've got to fix those things. So let's start with the first thing that we're going to fix. You're going to fix your name and your bio on your Instagram. And I'm going to show you visually how you do that. First off, in the name field. In your name field, rather than just simply using your name, you want to use searchable keywords. So if you are a career coach, that's a great place for that to be. Career coach for women, that's where that should be. Confidence coach, whatever you're calling yourself, that's why, again, you need to choose a niche. But you don't need to choose a niche that nobody even knows what you're talking about. Like, don't be like, I am a life design specialist. Like, what the crap is that? And who is even going to search for that, right? So something that is tangible, something that would be in a keyword that someone would actually look for. Besides the name field, who you help, be clear and specific. Like this, helping busy moms build confidence and balance. That's kind of a line that could be used. And what you do, show tangible results, like turn overwhelm into clarity. That's what we would actually include on that page. And a call to action, include a direct link to a freebie, to a course, to consultation with a link in bio. We need something for people to do inside of that bio. A couple of other things. Well, let me show you in pictures. Here's a Instagram, this is not a real person, just so we know. Well, I'm sure the picture of the person, but that was like a picture off of Canva or something like that. So this is the way that most coaches are doing their Instagram bio page, their profile page. So we see this person and it says, helping you find your way in the professional world. Let's level up your career dreams. DM for coaching sessions. Sign up for a free session. And then there's the link. This is what the vast majority of coaches are doing. And it's still pretty unclear. I mean, it sounds poppy, it sounds happy, but it's not effective. So, with the changes that we were just talking about, here's how we actually make the change. Same person, but here's how we do it. We're going to change the name to the search term that we want to use. We want this to stick out. Career growth strategist. That's how we're using it. And so if somebody is searching for career, searching for a term, well, let's think about this in Instagram. Just no brainer kinds of things. If you want Instagram to know what it is that you do, then why don't you put it somewhere in the name, not just a username, but in the name? Why wouldn't you put what you do in a keyword that is in here as well? Now, search engines can pick up on this as well, just so you know. But we need to use keywords that our people are actually looking for, because again, we need to help people find us. But once they find us, we need to be able to speak clearly about who it is that we help, what problems that those people have, and what solution do we bring. So look at the change. Instead of helping you find your way in a professional world, which is incredibly vague and sounds like it's saying something, but it's basically saying nothing. And no one's searching that. No one's searching, find my way in a professional world. No one's searching for that. So instead, we use this language. I help mid career professionals stuck in dead end jobs land high paying roles they love. See, what did we do there? Well, we got really, really clear. Let me see if I can actually grab my little ink here and get some tools, and because I want to highlight these things. I help who? Who's the who right here? Mid-career professionals. What is their problem? Their problem is, because I'm gonna find the problem right here. Stuck in dead in jobs. That's what their problem is. Now, what is the result that we are going to give people? They are going to land high paying roles, but not just land high paying jobs, but they are going to get stuff that they love. See how clear that is? And it's really, really easy. But most coaches don't do this. And where's the call to action? Get my 6-figure resume upgrade below at the link. So we've told them what to do. So all the pieces are there. They can be found. If I am a mid career professional, then this makes sense to me. I'm in the middle of my career. Are you stuck in a dead end job? I'm talking about a problem. What does someone want? What is the outcome that your coaching is going to bring? The outcome is I'm going to land a high paying role that I love. That's an amazing outcome. I think that most of us would be very interested in working with this person, but not so much this person. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you? If you were in a dead end job, wouldn't you rather hear it? If you were mid career, wouldn't you rather choose this one than this person? If you wanted to make a lot of money and it's something that you love doing, wouldn't you rather choose this person instead of this person who's just, well, I'm going to help you find your way somewhere? No, we're going to go with this one 99 out of 100 times. If somebody chooses this person, it's a complete accident. This person created a bottleneck when they could have put a sign over their business. This is what we're talking about. Let's look at another example, though. Here's another example. Carrie Brown, again, these are fake people, right? I support moms on their motherhood journey, helping you find balance and joy. Let's talk. Click below for a free sesh. Well, what does this mean? Supporting moms on their motherhood journey. Kind of sounds like counseling or therapy or whatever. I don't know. Helping you find balance and joy. Well, there's kind of a deliverable, but they're just and they've got one call to action, which is just simply getting a free session, which I don't really encourage you to do. Let's look at that fixed. If we fixed it, how do we fix it? Let's find the problem, shall we? Let's start off with who this is for. So I help overwhelmed moms. See, I'm not just working with moms in general. I am helping overwhelmed moms. And what is their problem? Can I find a clear problem? Struggling with guilt. That is the problem. But we're not done there. What are you going to get? You're going to reclaim your time and confidence to thrive in motherhood and life. Now, that's kind of long, but at the same time, as we're looking at this, all of the pieces are there. So if you are a working mom, you're a professional mom or whatever, and you feel overwhelmed balancing work and all in these feelings that you have, are you going to choose this person who says, well, I'll support you on your motherhood journey. I'll help you find balance and joy. Sounds good. Or you want to find somebody who's actually like being honest. Listen, you're overwhelmed. I know you're struggling with guilt. If you're struggling with guilt, you're not going with this person who just wants to talk about joy. No, this person just talked about my problem. And so they stick out to me. Now I want to hear what this person has to say versus what this person has to say. Maybe I'll download it, but at the very least, I can hit follow and I can see if I like what they have to say or not. Now, a few other things. Try this. I'm not trying to say this is your strategy for life, but I'm telling you some things that you can try that, again, what are the objectives that we have? Our objectives, as we said in the very beginning, people need to be able to find you. You need to have a clear message. You need to be consistent. You need to be out there. They need to be able to find you. You've got to build rapport. So how do you do that? Well, you've got to be ready to put some consistent work in to do that. And so here's something that you can try out. How often should you post? Well, if you're just posting on the feed, 3 to 5 times a week. And you can set all of these things up. If you get a free Canva account, you can make all of your graphics in there. They'll look really, really good. You can do that free. 3 to 5 times a week. You can even get a service that will post everything for you. You just schedule it and it'll post it for you. Stories. A lot of times what people will say is daily, 5 to 10 slides a day. Now, does 5 to 10 sound really overwhelming to you? Well, if it does, then at least start with one. All right? You can do one. You can do two. You know what you can also do? You can take your feed post and you can repost it in your story for people to be able to see that. Reels, if you're wanting to get reach on them, 2 to 3 a week. Reels are no more than a minute and a half. But I would say that if you make a shorter reel, 20 to 30 seconds, people might watch it multiple times and you got a better means of getting that getting traction on it. I'm not a really big fan of coaches trying to make long things that are out there. But if you make short things that have a little pop to them, then you know what happens is that they can kind of generate traction, because sometimes what people will do, you said something really good and they'll go back to it a few times and they may watch it 3 times. So you get 3 views out of that, which also puts it more into that explore tool inside of Instagram. Now, if you want to go live 1 to 2 times a month to just build real-time connection, you can even tell people when you're going to go live so that they see you. And what that's going to do is it's going to count as a video. It's going to show up. You can put that in your story as well. So it's just a great, powerful place for people to connect. You may just do a Q&A. You don't even have to prepare anything big. What should you post? Well, there's a lot of different content that you could really choose from. Educational posts might be a tip. It might be a how-to, might be a carousel slide. Here's one thing that you can do. If you come up with some kind of an opt-in or a freebie, what I would do is that I would put it in the story with a link so that when they click the link, they have to give you their email and they can get whatever you were giving away. So that's one of the ways that you can just talk about your opt-in, talk about your free. When I say opting into your email list. That way, if somebody's there, you can say, hey, I got this freebie. You might have 3 or 4 of them that you've created on your website, like a lead magnet. And you can tell people, hey, I just wanted to tell you guys that I've got this freebie. I don't know if you've seen it, but just click this link right here and you can download it. You did that in like 10 seconds. And now you've got their contact information besides just having them as a follower on Instagram. You can put engagement posts, and those can be things like polls, quizzes, or a this or that in stories where there's a little bit of a poll. And again, you're building interactivity with people. Obviously, when you're working with clients, anytime that you've got a client win or a transformation story, that's going to add social benefit to you, and people are going to see social proof on your page. And reels, again, are that short dynamic content. And what you'll normally do is just use trending audio, something that's getting traction as far as the audio, and then people find you that way. But commitment is key. That means that Instagram thrives on people who are consistent, making visually appealing, and again, value-driven content. You need to focus on building and nurturing relationships through engagement and personalized responses, not a bunch of static, stuff that is out there, and not a bunch of automated responses. This is going to require your commitment if you're going to be successful on this platform, or any for that matter. You need to, again, optimize your bio, use call to actions to guide followers to take the next step, and experiment with different content formats like reels, stories. We're going to find out what resonates with your audience when you experiment with things. And lastly, choose a strategy, but you got to be willing to give it time. It doesn't have it happen overnight. So if I'm interested in the barista in Starbucks, the first time that I go and I think that they're pretty cute, you know what I'm going to do to be memorable? I'm probably going to leave a tip. And then I'm going to remember their name. And every time that I go in, I'm going to be really helpful. I'm going to encourage them. I'm going to show value to them. And I'm going to earn their trust and build rapport before I ever ask them to do something. So here's what you would do. If you want to speed up that process of with that barista, you know what you do? You go into Starbucks every day, and you're not a creeper, but you go every day, and you find out what their schedule is and when they're going to be working, and you keep going in and you keep being a face that is supporting them and is being really helpful in their life. So the more often that I go in, the quicker the process is going to go. But if I only go into Starbucks once a month, I might be very forgettable, and it's going to take a long time before I can ask them for anything, if ever. Matter of fact, they might find somebody else in the meantime. They might have been single in the very beginning, but because I just waited around forever and I wasn't consistent, they found somebody. I want you to apply that to what you are doing here inside of this platform. Again, if you want these slides, you got to text 833-258-7547, and you are going to want these slides. Let me pay the bills really quickly. Our next cohort of Masters Academy, it's our advanced credential in Christian life coaching, is starting on February 13th. That is the next cohort. And we've got some new things that we're doing in it. But what is included? Now, obviously, you got to have your basic credential, or you have to enroll in our bundle program so that you've got your basic CLC credential. That way, because we're not going to repeat that information. There's 6 weekly live sessions on Thursday night. There is a Christian coaching community that you'll immediately be a part of, that you can partner with, find great relationships with, knock out your assignments, and just find support. You're going to earn an advanced CPC certification, and it includes spirit-led transformational coaching tools, over 60 pages worth of tools and questions, and it's actually getting an upgrade, so it's going to be a little bit bigger by the time this next cohort comes around. This program is only $395 to get that advanced credential. Our next coaching boot camp is going to be February 14th through the 16th. We start on a Friday night, and we go all day Saturday, and we go all day Sunday. We cover these 7 sessions that are the same sessions that we have in our self-paced course, which is $195. Our self-paced course has all of these sessions, and we go through them live. I do a Q&A at the end of each one of these sessions. We start with Foundations of Coaching, the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session, where you begin to see what does coaching look like. We also not only show you what it looks like, but we give you 2 coaching models to run on. We also show you how to help your clients get extraordinary results. So we talk about goal setting and accountability. We give you 2 sessions on how to listen on a transformational level. And then we round out the weekend with how to ask powerful questions. Your most powerful tool as a coach is asking questions. And then session 7 is all by itself would be worth thousands of dollars itself, because I show you the beginning stages of how to establish a growing coaching practice. Coaches who are making 6 figures and better, what are they doing? I show you how to do it in a reasonable way. Again, there's live coaching demos as a part of that weekend, and there's live Q&As. What's included again? The 7 sessions I just talked about. You're also going to get your coaching welcome pack that includes brandable templates, including coaching agreements. All you've got to do is literally open it up in Canva. You change the color scheme, you change some of the wording that as you would like, the font or whatever, and you are ready to go. If you start your coaching business from most schools, you're not going to get any of that creative work already done for you. We're also going to give you a coaching tool starter kit, and you're going to get hundreds of question samples that are really ready to go. Obviously, you're going to earn your life coach certification. You're going to get a certificate, and then you're going to have access to replays inside of the life coach certification course and handouts and a bonus live Tuesday night training, which is optional. You continue to be able to join us and connect. The cost of this program is only $295, and the value on this program is easily $3,500 to $4,500. But you can enroll now. Now, for those of you who are looking for more support and you love what we're talking about in terms of business development, the best thing that I could actually offer you is actually our subscription-based program that is an all-in-one solution. You get trained, you get certified inside Jumpstart because you get the life coach certification course, you get access to Bootcamp weekend, but you also get access to multiple courses that enable you to build your business from scratch. We give you Brand Camp. It is 13 hours of training, which is a step-by-step on marketing messaging. We show you how to develop your website, how to write a sales page, how to write emails that have a high conversion rate. We show you how to optimize your website for search engines so that people can find you. All kinds of bonuses. It's 13 hours. We take you by the hand and we leave you with no guesswork on your branding. We also have this powerful course that is 8 weeks called the Coaching Product Launch Blueprint. We go from idea, from brainstorming, all the way to business launch or launching a group coaching program, or if you're wanting to do online courses or webinars or retreats or workshops. This course takes all the guesswork away. And the best part is that we always give you feedback on anything that you're working on. Again, Jumpstart's $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. It also includes a weekly group coaching call on Wednesdays. The coaches who are part of that program can join, get their questions answered, get feedback on anything that they are working on. All of these programs are available on our website. You can get enrolled in about 90 seconds. If you click the link that's inside the description of this video, you can get over there, get more information, and you can start your journey however you want to start it. But we would love to join you in this. Let me see if there's anybody else that I need to say hello to. Thank you for that. Well, listen, everybody, it's been a great night. We're going to put this video on replay now so that the people who couldn't join us live can see us in the future. But listen, I don't want you to procrastinate. Don't take any more time. Listen, we are January 6th already. You can get trained and certified over a weekend. We've got everything covered. We've got a weekend training that's coming up in just one month away. But if you want to start immediately, Tuesday night coach training that is live is available even tomorrow. We start back up. You can join us there. You can join us in the self-paced course. If you enroll in Jumpstart, you'll have immediate access to all of those programs, and you can start tonight. So don't put these dreams off any further. Listen, last year was an extraordinary year at Life Coach Training Institute, and it's not slowing down. People have great needs. They're looking for your help. And so now is really the best time that you could possibly imagine to actually start fresh. January is a booming month for coaches, but February is not bad either. It's like right there. People are looking, they're beating the door down for coaches. And for some of you who came out of 2024 and you didn't get it done, let's get it done now so that you can take advantage of some incredible months in getting your business started. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Don't forget to like this post and share it and comment that tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. And we will see you later. Have a great one. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. As we always do, I'm just going to double check, make sure that my microphone is working okay. I think it is. I think it's working all right over here. Let me just double check. Yes, it appears to be working. If you would, jump inside the chat widget. Let us know that you are here. Do me two big favors. One is to like this post and share it. If you've ever joined us on a Mentor Monday, you know we don't waste your time. We don't do fluff. We give you as much value as we possibly can because we're committed to our forward mission statement. It is proficient coaches. We want to see you grow in proficiency, be the best coach that you could possibly be. The other two words of our mission statement is thriving practices. We want to see you crush it as a business person. And so every time that we get together on a Mentor Monday, it's to one of those ends. And where we started last week is actually your 2025 strategy at looking at social media. Last week we talked about Instagram. This week we're talking about Facebook. But let me say hello to some people who are already saying hello to me. Love is joining us from Atlanta. Good to see you. Mary is joining us from Western Pennsylvania. Joan from Bakersfield. Let's see. Lockwood from San Diego. Miles, who's also joining us from near San Diego. Bonita. I know where that is. It's over there by Chula Vista. Greg, who's joining us. Good to see you, Greg. If you would, jump inside the chat widget. Also, like and share this post. That tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. Um, it, again, if these things are beneficial for you, you know that we don't waste people's time. We want to get this information out there for our coaches this year. We want you to crush it, and especially tonight, since we're talking about Facebook. For those of you who are already on Facebook, thinking about getting on Facebook, whatever, this is going to be your starter guide to utilizing Facebook for your business. Let me say hello to some other people. April joining us from Colorado. Who is that? Stephen joining us from Ontario. Americo joining us from Richmond, Virginia. Hannah joining us from Asheville, North Carolina. Larry joining us from San Antonio. Barbara saying hello to us. Keep those comments coming through if you would. We haven't jumped into the content yet, but let us know that you're here. Tell us where you're joining us from. Also, like this post, whether you are on Facebook or YouTube. That really helps us get this in front of more coaches. At the very least, even if you don't comment, at least do that so that they know that we're doing a good job. Love it if you love it. So you can hit the heart if you want to do that. I don't know. But keep those comments going in. We want to connect with you. Latoya says, thanks for all you do. Mississippi living, Louisiana born and raised. I know, I have, my mom lives in Mississippi and I am a Louisiana boy. Now, I moved a couple of different places, but Louisiana is home. That's where you're going to find all the dabdoos. Well, you're going to find them in Mexico and in New Mexico and in Texas and in California, but a lot in Louisiana as far as that's concerned. Keep those comments coming in if you would, everyone, letting us know that you are here. Let's jump in to what we're talking about this week. Last week, we started our new series called the Life Coach Starter Guide to Social Media. We started last week talking about Instagram, and this week we are going to talk about Facebook. Now, before we jump into this Facebook specific information, I want to remind you, because I told you every week, and I know some of you are joining us for the first week, so this is for you, because you may not think that you need to go back to the first week. So I want to give you at least these couple of slides that I'm going to go over every week, because they apply to every social media platform that is out there. And so that gives us our intro to set up what we're going to talk about with Facebook. For those of you who were here last week, just bear with me for like 2 minutes as I go through these bullets really quickly, well, as quickly as I possibly can. Oh, yeah. First off, you want the slides, you need to text 833-258-7547. Wouldn't that be helpful if you had all my slides from the night? So text 833, text the word. Don't text any other words. Just text the word slides to 833-258-7547. And we'll get you those slides. You'll get an instant link and you'll be able to download it. There's Hannah saying hello. Thank you so much, Hannah. I appreciate you. I'll give you 1 second to do that. And then we are jumping in. All right. So we got to think about social media, and what we're using it for is unto relationship. It is about nurturing a relationship. It is not about advertising, and it's not, because if you've got that word advertising in your mouth, we need to get it out of our mouths. That's not what we do as coaches. You can say a marketing strategy. I don't have a problem with that. You've got to do something to put yourself out there, but we're not advertising. Advertising has this understanding that I'm just going to run an ad and people are going to click on a button and they're going to buy it. We are in a relational business. That means before someone becomes a client, there's two dynamics that are always at play. One is that a potential client, a prospective client, has to get to a high degree of readiness. They need to be ready. And sometimes people aren't ready the first time they go on your website or on your social media. Well, that's a problem. If you just think that they're going to go on there and they're just looking for a coach real quick and they're going to click on a button, that's not what they're going to do. So they're not ready in most cases. And so we need to get them into a high degree of readiness. So, what we do through our social media is that we nurture a relationship to help them get ready, increase in readiness. The other side is on the coach's side. And that means that we've got to build rapport with that prospective client. That means that you've got to earn trust with them. That means that you've got to be likable, and you need to show a certain level of expertise before they're ever going to click a button and become a client. Both of those dynamics have to happen. They're not going to happen the first time somebody comes on social media. 1 out of maybe 1,000, I'll give you that. 1 out of 1,000 might do that. The rest of the people, it's our job to, at least, and this is what we know in connecting with people, 5 to 8 meaningful personal connections before somebody has gotten to the degree of readiness and rapport. And that might not be in the first week. That might be in the first month. It might be in the second month. It might be in the 6th month. We don't really know. That's why we've got to follow these guidelines. So first of all, coaches are always making mistakes with this. You need to clarify your message. You need to choose a consistent message that reflects your brand and stick to it. Your message is going to be about your niche. Your niche is who your people are and what problem they want to solve. Choose one problem, the problem that keeps them up all night. And you need to stick to that message. You need to be talking about it all the time. That should be what you're talking about all the time. Coaches who are posting like a bevy of like 30 different things every week don't know who they are, and they're confused themselves, and they confuse the people who are coming on their social media. Second thing is that we use social media to help people find you. So that when you are on social media, essentially what you are doing is that you're putting a sign over your coaching practice. You're showing up where your ideal client already is, and you're simply making it easy for them to connect with you. And another thing that is part of our engagement map is that we've got to engage with people authentically. Social media is about building relationships, not just posting. And most coaches don't understand. They throw out all kinds of posts. And here's the thing is that if I was talking to a coach, I'd say, what is the outcome that you want from your social media platform with anything that you're doing? Now, I would say, presumably, our outcome is that I want to ultimately get a client, right? Well, how do you do that though? You don't do it by posting a bunch of quotes and a bunch of just random videos of stuff. What do we do is that we've got to build a relationship. So my strategy is not posting. I don't have a posting strategy. I have an engagement strategy because I understand that I'm building a relationship with people. Next thing, serve with value. Most coaches don't, but what we do and anything that we post is all about inspiring. It is about educating, it's about entertaining, and it's about solving problems to a certain point when people are ready to reciprocate all the value that they've gotten. Because that's what we trust inside of posting and social media and everything that we're doing is that at a certain point, when it's ready, when they get to a high degree of readiness, we've earned a relationship with them, and they're going to reciprocate. Because it would only make sense that if they are ready to finally do something in their life, that they're going to go with you, not some brand new person. They're not going to start their search for a coach because you're essentially their coach, because you've been speaking into their life and you've been building a relationship with them. You've been nurturing and building rapport with them. And so at the day that they're ready, then it makes sense that they're going to go with you. Next thing is we build trust over time. Coaching relationships are born, again, when clients are ready and when rapport is established. That means when I say over time, probably not happening day one, probably not happening week one. But what coaches do is that they're looking for instant gratification. They're looking for microwave success. And this is what I hear from coaches. What they'll end up doing is that they'll try to find the cheapest, easiest, like no effort strategy that they possibly can. And so, you know what coaches will end up doing? They'll end up, and I'm not going to name drop any of these services, but they'll go out there and they'll look for lead generation services. And like, oh, I'm going to pay X amount a month to get leads just sent my way. So I don't have to do anything. The service is going to find people. Well, talk to some coaches that use those things. Matter of fact, talk to the counselors and therapists who use those kinds of services, and you can talk to consultants and a lot of others. You end up getting terrible leads that are unqualified and people who don't want to pay for anything because we are in a relational business. That's not how coaching relationships are born, not through some lead generating kind of thing. So coaches will do those kinds of things that don't require relationship or any kind of effort, and then they'll come up short. What you got to understand is that if you want to date someone, then you've got to show up and serve them and be a likable person until the day that you've earned the right to ask them for a date. And then if you want to marry someone, then you're going to have to put in a little bit more effort and a sustained effort for a little bit of time. That's why I always use this example. If you went to a coffee shop and you think the barista is really cute, you don't just go back in the coffee shop a month later and expect that they remember you and the great tip and the great encouragement that you gave them that day. You don't go in there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They don't hear from you for a month or whatever. You know what they're going to do? If they are single, they're going to find somebody else. What you would do is that you would find out when they are working, what's the best opportunity for them to be able to see you and for you to talk to them and share some goodwill. And you're going to tip, and you're going to be rememberable, and you're going to keep going in there and doing small talk until one day you're going to ask them for coffee. That's what we have to understand that we're actually doing through social media. Now, it does not mean that that person on the other end is necessarily talking to you all the time. It's an interesting thing. There's going to be some people who follow you and they're watching you, but they're not saying anything or posting anything until they're ready. Sometimes that's what's happening with the vast majority of people who are following you. You've got to include an appropriate ask. That means you've got to use clear CDAs, that's call to actions, to invite them into the next level of the relationship. So sometimes that next step is going to be a free resource. It's going to be a free download. It's going to be a free webinar. It might be a free course. It might be something that's really low cost or whatever. But there is always going to be ultimately an ask in about 20% of the posts, at least, that you do. But you're always going to have a small ask that doesn't cost them a lot. They're just going to be exchanging information with you. Now, let's talk about Facebook specifically, and let's talk about the facts and figures. First of all, there is no platform that can compare to Facebook when it comes to daily active users. Every day, 1.98 billion users. Yes, that is billion. That's a quarter of the population of the planet log into Facebook, and they catch up with friends. They scroll their feed. They engage with communities. And this makes Facebook fertile ground for building relationships that lead to coaching investments. Now, what are the age groups that are actually represented? Facebook definitely is a little bit older. 72% of the adults who are on Facebook are between 30 to 49. And 50% of the people on Facebook are age 50 to 64. Now, I'm not saying that there are no young people on there. What I am saying is that on any platform, it's just really helpful to know what kind of demographics are on there. Because if you're shooting for a really, really, really young audience, then you might use another platform for that. But there's some great encouraging things that I can say specifically about that Facebook user group. What does this mean? 74% of these people are high income earners. That means that they are earning above 75,000 and they use Facebook regularly. The platform is popular with middle income users, and it makes it an ideal place to reach clients who actually have the financial means and willingness to invest in coaching. High income earners or high income users aren't just passive scrollers. What do they do? And what does this older age group do? They actively participate in groups and they make buying decisions based on what? Based on trust. So I think, and I personally, above all the other platforms that are out there, I love Facebook for community building because it was what it was meant to always be. Not just a page, a feed with a bunch of pictures or a video and a little bit of text under it with some comments. That's pretty much what all the other platforms are. Facebook has always been designed, and when we say social media, social aspect of anything in social media was always meant to be around engagement. But there is nothing, no platform that is out there that has the level of relational engagement that Facebook does. That's why I would recommend it to coaches. If your demographic is in here, which I believe that it is, it's not saying that younger people are not. I'm just saying that it has a lot of bells and whistles on it that you can utilize to actually effectively build a community rather than building an audience around post after post after post. The other thing is that it's a lot is that it actually has a search mechanism on your page, which if somebody goes on your page and they're searching for something that you posted previously, they can actually find that probably with a keyword. Sometimes with like Instagram and some of the other platforms, you can't find it. You ever notice if you use one of those other platforms, you're like, I can't find where that was, and you're so frustrated, and it can just disappear, and you're like, where was that? I know it was here. Facebook makes it really easy. It's just a different kind of experience. And I would say this, they've been around longer, and they're also, I guess, currently building out for a different demographic. People use Facebook differently than the way that people use other platforms. And I would say this, that an older demographic uses social media differently than the younger demographic does as well. What makes Facebook stand out? Well, let me just bullet it out for you. Facebook isn't just a social platform. I believe it's the ultimate community builder. One is that you have groups. Groups are the crown jewel of community building. You can create a group off of your personal page, profile page. You can create a group out of your like page, and you can create multiple groups. And so when I say groups, what you're able to do is that you can create a public group, which also shows up on search engines, or you can create a private group. So it's only limited to people who maybe have purchased something from you, or that it's just a group that you're trying to create it where your posts are not visible. But groups, and I'll talk about how we can kind of leverage groups in just a little bit, but groups is a powerful thing because when you post or other people are posting on there, you're giving people an environment where everybody can see who are part of the community, who are in that group, everything that you're posting and everything that they are posting as well. That's not something that you can do in other social media platforms. Events. You can create events through your like page. You can also do it on your personal page, but I'm going to encourage everybody to create like pages for their business. It's Events are perfect for promoting webinars, promoting challenges, or if you want to do a live Q&A session. Even for tonight, we are pushing everything that we're doing right now over on YouTube, and it's also on Facebook. Well, earlier today, there was actually a Facebook event that was on the page all day long. So anybody who was on there, anybody who was scrolling social media, probably saw it earlier in the day. And of course, they can follow the event. They can say they're interested in the event, and that way they get notifications later whenever it comes across. So if somebody is following you and has liked your page, then this is another thing that you can leverage for when you're actually going live. What also makes it stand out is the ability to post long form content and stuff like articles or a longer video, because Facebook doesn't limit how long your video is or anything else. And it allows you to do things that are deeper than surface level. I'd also say that this long form content you can do inside of a group, on your page, or whatever. If your goal is to nurture trust with clients who value connection, Facebook stands out amongst all the other social media platforms. And so, but there's mistakes that coaches are making all the time. For one, if coaches are ignoring groups, thinking Facebook is just about your feed or posting ads, you have missed the boat on what the opportunities are in utilizing Facebook. Facebook is not just posting a bunch of posts and feed. If you could utilize groups, you've got a built-in community where it's going to be another layer of notifications that every time something is posted in the group. Now, someone can unsubscribe from the notifications, but any time that something is posted, or you can use the @everyone tag and make sure that everybody in the entire group gets a notification from something that you're posting inside of the group. Groups are gold. Being too formal. We have to understand that Facebook thrives on personal conversational content, not a bunch of stuffy posts. And also, coaches, and this is a general problem that coaches have across all platforms, is that they're all too often over promoting. Facebook is not your billboard. What you want to do is that you want to provide value first, you want to sell later. And I would say in general, 8 to 2. So 8, encouraging, value, serving, all of that. 8 posts to 2 posts to ask somebody to do something, to buy something, or whatever. Or 9 to 1. That's what your strategy is going to be in terms of ratios. So I want you to think, serve first, sell later. If you will serve people with an open hand, you can expect that your hand will never be empty because you've been busy doing something that is always going to pay dividends in the future. Another problem, and this is for every social media platform, is that coaches are just inconsistent on the platform. And you're defeating yourself. If you want to talk about algorithms, algorithms love regular content. When you go silent, it means that social media platform, and Facebook is just like this. If you go silent, you're not posting anything, you're just going to get buried under all the other content that is on there. So we want to have a consistent posting engagement strategy so that our people have a much better chance of seeing us, and that we're just consistent. Because what did I say? 5 to 8 meaningful personal connections before someone becomes a client. That's not going to happen in week 1. It may not happen in week 2. It might be in month 2. It may be in month 3. So if you go silent for a month, you're like, oh, it's summer. Nobody's paying attention. Oh, it's Christmas. Nobody's paying attention. They are all paying attention. The more downtime that people have, the more they're paying attention. I tried to warn coaches months leading up to November and December. November and December are extraordinary months to get business. And most coaches don't believe me when I tell them that. And you know what they do? They go silent on social media. They don't do anything on social media. They get super lazy because they're like, well, no one cares because they're with their families. Now, have you seen families lately? Everybody's sitting around on the couch and they're all looking at their phone. So no, they're always on. People are always connected. As a matter of fact, the more downtime that people have, the more connected they actually are. And if you're not there, they're not thinking about you. Poorly defined bios, and we'll talk about that in a second. If your bio doesn't scream who you help or how, you're leaving money on the table. In the exact same way that we talked about that with Instagram is true for Facebook as well. You've got to be really clear about who it is that you help, what problems you help people solve, what your solution is that you offer. Another thing is no engagement. When we post, we don't reply to comments, we don't respond to messages, or we don't post things with the intention of engaging people. We're just trying to be a talking head. That is going to lead us to if it's a person who's unengaged with us and we're unengaged with them, they're not going to become a client. So let's talk about strategy. And when I say strategy, I'm not what you're going to do as you implement these things. You've got to have a commitment. If you guys are like, "Oh man, I want to use social media. I want to use Facebook." Okay, great. You need to be all in for a minimum of 90 days. I'll let that sink in for a second. I'm going to have a drink of water. All in. You know what we just passed this past Friday was Quitter's Day already. We've already had Quitter's Day. You know, when January is when everybody makes their New Year's resolution. By the second Friday of the year, everybody quits. Now, here's what I find amongst coaches. Quitter's Day happens in December usually with coaches. They start their new year quitting at something. And Quitter's Day, I'm just helping you guys understand that there is a real thing as Quitter's Day. So if you're not going to commit to 90 days, and I would say throw it in the comments right now. I'm going to commit to 90 days on a strategy. You're not going to know what kind of fruit you're going to get out of it if you don't do a minimum of 90 days. You got to see what works and what people respond to. Just like I said about Instagram last week, find out the kinds of things that people like. Be consistent with your messaging and commit to a strategy of multiple posts per week to see what will work. Because you're going to have to see what time of the day even that people respond to. This is, again, why you want to use a like page, because it gives you analytics versus your personal page when you post stuff, and sometimes people respond to it, and then sometimes people don't see it at all. Well, if you know what time of day when you're posting, then we can start getting a better response. So let's talk about it. How often should you post? Well, if you have a group, post 3 to 5 times per week, because that's what's going to be required to have engagement inside of the group. If you're not doing that, you got a dead group. You just got a bunch of people who are in there. Post 3 to 5 times per week to keep engagement alive. If you will, then you're going to have more people who will actually join your group because they see engagement over there. Oh, here we go. I got some people committing. Just so we know, Joan is committing to 90 days. Steve is committing to 90. April is committing to 90. America. Oh, America is going big. 365. All right. I appreciate you guys. So, see, accountability is amazing, isn't it? So, post 3 to 5 times per week to keep engagement alive. Next thing, page on your like page. Post 2 to 3 times per week for visibility. But I will say groups should be your focus. But your page, you're just going to be consistent on there because people are going to be able to find you first through your page. And pages versus personal profile. Oh, let me take one step back. You need to have a group that is not a private group if it's unpaid. If you make it a public group, people can see what is already in there and it'll incentivize them to joining you. Plus, you get social benefit because Google is going to see the posts and it's going to help people find you as far as that's concerned. Now, pages versus personal profile. Business pages give you the full marketing suite, which allows you to see analytics. So when I say analytics, there sometimes people are looking at your posts even though they don't like them. And I'm not saying that they don't like them. I'm saying that they don't engage with a like or a comment. So one of the interesting things is that with the people who are watching this video right now, either presently or in the future, I know you were watching. Whether you like it or not, Facebook's going to show you the analytics on it. And they're going to show you how long people were watching and all that other stuff. With everything that you post, Facebook will give you the analytics on it. They'll give you all kinds of detailed information about your audience, gender, all kinds of different kinds of things. But here's what you want to know. You want to know what people like to see and hear from you. See what kinds of content they engage with. Do they like lives more? Do they like pictures more? Do they like long form content? Whatever it is, what this is going to allow you to do is to see data, and you don't get that in a personal page. But a lot of times coaches are like, well, all of my friends and family are on my personal profile. Well, that's a problem because your friends and family are not your prospective clients. So we do this, and now we have analytics, and you can schedule your posts whenever you want them to hit. Sometimes your engagement is at certain times of the day that you don't have the luxury or the freedom to just like, well, it's almost at 107 and I'm waiting. You can't do that. So you can schedule it to post at any time that you want or to repost certain content as the day is progressing. What should you post? Well, educational posts that's delivering value with like tips, tricks, insights your audience can implement today. So these are band-aid kinds of things. It's not going to solve all their problems, but we're always looking for ways to add value to people. Also, conversation starters. You can use questions like, what's the biggest challenge holding you back right now? Now, that'll spark engagement, but when you ask questions like this right here, what is the biggest challenge holding you back? You know what I just found out with that question? I just found out one of their inward disqualifiers. I just found out, I'm going to find out in the comments from people the reasons for not already working with me. So if they give me this answer, I can start building content around what is the barrier that's keeping them from working with me. So, the questions like this are strategic. They build engagement, but you also learn a lot about who your ideal client is. Personal stories, share client wins, share your own journey, inspirational kinds of things. Live videos, weekly lives always build authority and trust. People like to see you alive. People like to hear your voice. Now, I go long on Mondays. And the reason why I go long on Mondays is because I don't know how to do anything short anymore. I've been training coaches for a really, really long time. I've got gazillions of content like in here in different things, endless content that I could actually draw from at any given time. And I don't know how to say things concisely. I wish I did. I had a conversation with somebody about this one time, and I was like, I don't know how to do just a 5-minute video. And they're like, well, do your 30 or 40-minute video then. It doesn't matter. Learn that from a content creator years ago. Now, having said that, you don't have to go 30 minutes. You can go 1 to 2 minutes. 1 to 2 minute videos actually get a lot of engagement. You can, and that means that you don't have to create, you might be able to create 30 videos with 1 minute videos as opposed to trying to create one 30-minute video and cram things in that people aren't going to watch anyway. Because that's always the concern. Goes too long, people aren't going to watch it. Me, you know what? This is what I do. What I do on Mondays for you guys is what I do. It's what you're going to get a longer version of when you're in our training program. So you might as well get a great taste of it now. See me in exactly how I am, being normal, being authentic, tripping over my words, sometimes having a problem on my slide like I did a while ago. This is life and this is me. And if you like that, then we build rapport with one another. If you're looking for somebody who's perfect, well, you're going to find that on somebody else's platform or on somebody else's feed. But I'm not for everybody. And I understand that. But I go long. Doesn't mean that you got to go long. And I would say for most people, 1 to 2 minutes for any kind of a video or even a live, just going live really quickly, is more than adequate to be able to get the results that you need. You can also create group exclusives. We want to incentivize actually being in the group. So that can be challenges, it can be free resources, it can be sneak peeks to keep group members engaged. You can give your group members something they can't get anywhere else. So whether that's a challenge, a downloadable resource, or a sneak peek, all of those things are in there. And see, even when I look at that, I'm like, I just kind of repeated myself there, didn't I? See? All right. Now, let's talk specifically about leveraging groups. Create a group that aligns with your coaching niche. So if I was going to create a group, I'm not going to say America's life coaching group. That's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to create a group that is around the problem that they all want to solve. So it's going to include information about my who and the what. Who and what problem that we're solving. So this is Busy Moms Finding Balance, right? Career Growth Collective or something like that. And even though I'm not crazy about those, because when we work with people in our Jumpstart program, we're really, really big on making it really simple that when someone reads it, it makes it really clear that this is for me and this is the problem that it's here to solve. So when you create a group, we want the problem or the solution to somehow be in there, because here's what is going to happen. You're going to have people searching Facebook utilizing keywords. So when they're searching with keywords, it's harder to do this in Instagram or in a lot of other platforms. In Facebook, they can actually use keywords and they can find your group based on the keyword. So we want to name our group utilizing keywords that we're pretty certain that they're going to be looking for. Don't use keywords that they're not looking for. If you put it in the title of your group, that's great. Engage regularly. And there's a lot of other little functions inside of groups, whether they be polls or discussions or sharing wins or whatever. Keep that group engaged. And you need to put something out there for people to actually respond to. Don't expect your group members to come up with it themselves. Guide your members, provide value, offer advice, and position yourself as a go-to expert in your niche. And use the group as a nurturing space for potential clients. Offer value and let them naturally gravitate towards your services. Now, you want to keep your name and your bio clear on Facebook just like you did in Instagram. If your coaching page isn't your name, include a descriptor like your name, and then you can draw that little line and you can put what your niche is or your title. But again, I'm really big on let's make that clear. So don't just put your name on it. We want to make this keyword search engine optimization friendly. In your bio, keep it simple. I help blank. Include the who. Could be like, I help busy moms with mom guilt. Get get a life of joy that they've always wanted or something like that. That's a terrible whatever, but I'm just trying to throw something on there. So that's what we want to do. We want to have that in the bio so that people understand who you help, what problem that you help people solve. Now, the next thing is that there is an about section, and this differentiates it because it's bigger than what is on Instagram. You've got a big about section. So expand here. Use SEO friendly details about your services, your audience, and programs. Hint again, keywords. Utilize, don't spam, don't just put a bunch of spammy keywords, but keywords that people would be searching for with regard to your business. And always include a call to action. A link to a freebie, could be a download, opting in for your email list, um, have a call to action to link that links to your group, or if you have some kind of a booking or a consultation page, we always want to have it. Here's my final thoughts. Focus on groups. They're your lead nurturing powerhouse. And I don't think that any social media platform does what Facebook does on it. Again, engage consistently. You got to be active and responsive to build relationships. And you got to highlight value, whether that is tips, stories, or resources. You want to lead with generosity. Again, if you have your hand, out to give, it will never be empty. And you've got to count on that reciprocity factor working in your favor. If you want the slides, text only the word slides to 833 258 7547. Again, if you haven't gotten the slides, 833 258 7547. Now let's pay the bills. Coming up February 13th, Masters Academy Advanced Certification in Christian Life Coaching is happening. I'm letting you know now because this is an advanced credential and some of you don't have your basic credential out of the way. If you go on our website, you can actually enroll in the bundle, get your basic credential out of the way in time for February 13th. And so not only are you going to obviously earn your credential, but what's included in Masters Academy is 6 weekly live sessions. You're also going to be added to our Christian coaching community where you can engage, find support, find people who are in the trenches with you, get practice partners, all of those things, homework buddies. And you're also going to get, in addition to all of the other freebies that we get with our life coach certification course, you're also going to get a guided spirit-led transformational coaching tools. It's over 60 pages worth of tools and questions. And the cost is only $395. If you need to bundle it, it's $495. So it's only $100 more to earn both credentials. Coming up on February 14th through the 16th is our next weekend boot camp. This is our 3-day live online over Zoom certification weekend. These are the sessions that we cover, and every session includes live Q&As, and we also do live coaching demos because I know some of you have never seen coaching before. We practice coaching. After the week, what is included? Well, you're going to get the 7 live sessions. You're also going to get access to brandable templates. You're going to need a welcome pack for all of your new clients. Inside of these templates are invoicing, the coaching agreement, confidentiality agreement, like everything that you're going to need to start, and it's fully customizable. So you can make it with your brand, color scheme, font, any of that stuff. All of the work is already done for you. You're also going to get a coaching tool starter kit. You're going to get hundreds of question samples. Obviously, you're going to earn your life coach certification and certificate. And of course, you're going to get access to replays and all the handouts. You're also going to be included in our live Tuesday night coach training where we go through each session week by week where you can engage with me as well as other coaches who are part of the program. The cost is only $295. But let me give you our best deal out of everything that we offer. If you like what we've been talking about in the last 2 weeks, where we've just begun to talk to you about what are the steps to actually building a healthy, thriving coaching practice. Our Jumpstart program, there is nothing like it in the industry, particularly for the price point. The cost is only $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. In this, we include the Life Coach Certification course and Bootcamp, and it's only $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. It also includes several courses. Brand Camp is our branding course. It's 13 hours of training. I take you by the hand and I show you how to develop your marketing messaging, how to develop your website, how to write a sales page, how to write emails, how to lay out your website to make it high converting. I also show you, and this alone is worth thousands of dollars, how to optimize your website for search engines. We're able to get people on page one of Google. It's not rocket science. It takes a little bit of work, but we show you how to do that inside of this course. We also give you the coaching product launch blueprint. If you've ever heard me talk any length of time, you know I'm a big advocate for creating multiple streams of income for your business. And it's not just about one-on-one clients. The blueprint can be used for your business launch. It can be used for creating a retreat, a group coaching program, an online course, a webinar, or any kind of workshop. We take you from brainstorming all the way to launch inside of this course. And not only that, we have a Wednesday night group call where you can come in and get feedback on anything that you're working on. So we've got a group that connects with you and is a group of support, but you always have help from the group to give you feedback on anything that you're working on, whether it be your branding or anything. We want to make sure that we've given you all the pieces that you need to actually be successful as a coach. We have left no stone unturned, and we know exactly what coaches need. Whether you're going to be a traditional coach, a hybrid coach, or a fully online coach, the program works for that. It is a true A to Z business development roadmap, and we know every question that you already have in your mind before you ever start and exactly what you need. You can enroll in any of our programs inside the link inside the description of this video. It'll take you about 90 seconds to be able to enroll. Let me see. What is the trial and error route to figure out your niche? Go to our YouTube, or you can go on our website and just search niche, coaching niche. And I just did a series like 2 months ago, and I bring you through the 8 steps of discovering what your niche is. So I bring that in real clarity. Now we do that inside of our Jumpstart program in a little bit different way, but that'll get you there, and that should really clarify it so that it doesn't have to be confusing. Greg says, great info for social media. The master class, Christian coaching, sounds like a terrific training class. It is. That is Masters Academy is going to be my legacy in coaching, and it's been mind blowing so far for the students who have been a part of it. Just amazing group of people. Dan says Jumpstart is well worth it. Kathy says Masters Academy is a life changer. Greg says, thank you for a refreshed lens view of Facebook opportunities. Let me see here. Hannah says, anyone can do anything for 90 days, committing to finishing this course and promoting myself to help others achieve their goals. Excellent. So good. Rebecca said, let's do this. 90 days. So good. America says, this is my calling. Yes, let's do it, folks. And let's help a ton of people in the meantime. All right, everybody. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. We're going to throw this on replay. Remember, for any of the programs that you want to get enrolled in, 90 seconds to get to enrollment. That link is inside the description of this video. We will be back next week to continue this series. I hope you were really encouraged. Don't forget to get your downloads of the slides. And don't forget to like and share this post. Tell us Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. All right. Have a great one, everybody. Take care. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. Do me a huge favor and let us know that you are here. Jump inside of the chat and say hello to us. Tell us where you are joining us from. See right here? Tell us where you're joining us from, what you're excited about, what you feel momentum on in your life. Also, do me a huge favor, like and share this post. That tells Facebook and YouTube that we are doing a good job. Some of you won't do that. I don't know what you think that people are like watching you or whatever. Nobody can see your likes, but the platform can, because that actually helps. So this has been beneficial to you. Don't be stingy with your likes and your comments. Just jump in, like it. It'll take you all 1 second. You'll feel so much better about it, and so will we. Also, we are in a series. We're in the third week of the series called the Life Coach Starter Guide to Social Media. And we're covering YouTube tonight. But before we dive in, do me a huge favor again. Jump inside of the comments right now and tell us hello. Tell us where you're joining us from. And we would greatly appreciate that. Kathy's joining us from Ohio. Good to see you over there, Kathy. Again, jump inside the comments. Also, do us a huge favor. It'll take you like 2 seconds to like this. I see some of you watching right now. You haven't liked and you haven't commented yet. So do me a huge favor and do that. John's joining us from New York City. Lisa's joining us from Ontario. Good to see you, Lisa. Keep those comments coming in. If you guys are just joining us for the first week of this series or the first time ever, what is Mentor Monday? Well, we've got a 4-word mission statement at Life Coach Training Institute, and it is proficient coaches. We want to have skilled, proficient, great coaches who are helping people get breakthrough. And then the other 2 words is thriving practices. We want to see our coaches thrive as business people. No use having all these skills if you can't get clients. And so everything that we do on a Mentor Monday is always to one of those ends. It's either to help you engage with your clients, get better results. And then the other thing that we do all the time on Mentor Monday is talk to you about how you can actually build your business and get more clients. Because again, what's it all matter if you don't actually have any clients and you're not making any money, right? So that's why we try to do these things. Let me say hello to a few more people. San Diego's in the house. Jonna from Windsor, Ontario. I've been to Windsor before. I love that. I was trying to explain to my wife how Detroit was actually north of Windsor, and you have to see it on a map. Did you guys know that there are some areas of Canada that are actually south of the United States? It is if you go into Detroit, and you can like fly in there, and then you have to go south to go to Canada. That's exactly where I went. So cool. Hey, guys, keep your comments going in. We would greatly appreciate that. That would be amazing. And like this, it'll take you all of like 2 seconds to like this post and share it. Let me say to hello to a couple of other people. Deanna, who's joining us from Alberta. Are we affected by the fire? No, that's all in LA County. We're not in LA County. But we've had friends that we've just stayed in touch with to make sure that they were okay. But even LA County and Los Angeles proper is massive. So it's an interesting thing when you've got major wildfires that they're trying to contain, while at the same time they've got a Lakers game in town and stuff like that. So it's kind of weird. It's a really, really large area, but thanks for checking in on us. And Jonas says, yes, you would have to see it on a map. So wild. The fact that Canada, at least where they are, is actually south of the United States. Isn't that a trip? All right. Some of you guys might have learned something with that. Bonus things that you learn. So what are we talking about this week? Well, we are going to talk about YouTube this week. We're actually streaming live right now to YouTube, and we are streaming live to Facebook. Now, I didn't plan on covering that, but there are services that you can use. And I should probably preface everything that we're going to do with this. I'm a really, really big proponent, because obviously, primarily what you're going to be putting on YouTube is going to be video content. I am a really, really big proponent of utilizing the same content many times over. And you know what? Before we jump in this, I had no plan to say this, but it just kind of like hit me. And I haven't talked about this in a really, really long time. So let me just grab a whiteboard. I had no plan for this, but let me just give you guys some stuff on the front end. Anytime that you create content, and let's imagine that you create, I don't want that gigantic marker. Can we get like something a little bit smaller? Let's imagine that you are creating video content. I'm a really, really big proponent of utilizing video content to do a lot of different things. And since in prefacing everything that we're getting ready to talk about with YouTube, and I really want to see the national championship game, but I think we're recording it, so I'll just like turn the clock back and act like I'm watching it live. When it comes to any kind of content that you create video wise, there's a lot of different things that you can actually utilize that content for. So if you're going to use YouTube or you're thinking about using YouTube as a platform, I highly recommend having a plan for utilizing this content to do a lot of different things for you rather than just getting some views out of a video. So when I think about this, and let me see if I can go ahead and hide that. You guys keep saying hello and liking the post as far as that, liking the video, and keep the comments coming in. But there's a lot of things that you can do with video. One thing that you can do is that you can create clips. And if you're using other platforms, let's imagine that you are using Facebook, you are using Instagram, you are using Pinterest, you are using TikTok. Yes, it was gone just for a few hours. I try to tell everybody to hold their horses. It's going to be fine. We have one of our coaches who's just crushing it on TikTok right now. And I told everybody it's only going to be down maybe max 3 days. But they actually only had it down for hours as far as that's concerned. So we will get to talk about TikTok. If you are using something like LinkedIn um, or any other platform that you're utilizing out there, what you can always do is that you can make small clips for every one of these platforms so that you're not just utilizing video one time. And then, of course, you can have it on your own website as well. So if you're going to create video content, if you're going to go through the trouble of creating video content, which is, when I say trouble, it's no trouble. It's actually really, really easy to create video content these days. Because if any of you have a phone that was manufactured probably in the last 5 years, then you've got you've got a good enough camera to be able to shoot anything that you need. You don't need to. At Life Coach Training Institute, we've made continual investment in what we do. You don't need all this. You don't need multiple cameras. You don't need a whiteboard. You don't need all that stuff. Matter of fact, you can go back to some of our videos that we were creating just a few years ago before we had this. And while I was writing on an easel board, and when we had not as great cameras and stuff like that, it's really not so much about the quality as it is the content. So it's not about being all fancy and everything else. So just want to encourage you on that. So if you're going to create video for YouTube, one of the things that I would say is to create clips that can be used across all of these platforms. And when I say clips, we're really talking about, maybe 30 seconds to maybe a minute in most cases. And so if you're going to create any kind of long form content, you can utilize those clips across all these places. Now, here's another thing that most people won't tell you that you could do as well. You can also grab the audio for it as well. And this stuff can be put on Spotify. It can be put on a podcast or something like that. And you can utilize your audio if you wanted to just create a podcast out of the same content. Do it one time. Make one video. Do one interview. If you're interviewing a person or something, talk about long form content, whatever long form content that you're wanting to do. And you can break it down and you can utilize it multiple times across different things. Now, not only audio, but there's another thing that you can do with this as well. And it's blog posts or articles on like a place like Medium. that allows you to post articles and link back to your website. See, if you do this, I can take a transcription of everything that I've done and I can do anything that I want to out of it. You know what also I can do is that I can create memes out of it as well. If I just had like a great one-liner that I could grab out of it. So since we're talking about video, I just want you guys to think a little bit broader because most times people are just thinking about, oh, just making a video and oh, that didn't get all the results that I was wanting. Maybe I go through all this work to make all this video content. You can do a lot of different things with it. And so this is how I would actually, this is if I was going to create videos on YouTube all the time, then I would, in all of this software to do it is all free. So it's free stuff. In many cases, you can edit on your phone. I watch my 12-year-old making edits on her phone for TikTok and a lot of other kinds of things. She's great at it. And so if my 12-year-old can do it, I think that pretty much anybody can do it. Not that my 12-year-old's not brilliant. I just think that you're at least as smart as a 12-year-old, I would think. And so when we're thinking about creating this, again, clips that can be used with other things that you are doing. That way you make it one time and you draw some clips out of it. You can also take the audio from it and turn it into a podcast. It's just as easy to export it as an MP3 and create a podcast or to put it on Spotify or something like that, but you can utilize the audio in some kind of way. And then the other thing is, and there's one app, it's called Coconut, 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 Coconut app. But there's plenty of other apps that are like it where you can just put the link to your YouTube video or upload an audio to it and it'll transcribe everything so you don't even have to write it. And then you can utilize that material for blog posts. Maybe it's just a short form blog post that links to the full video. So all this I'm telling you on the front end is how we start thinking about an overall strategy to get traction, because I understand most of you are working full-time jobs. And if you're going to be creating content and doing some of these things, you might as well get as much traction out of it as possible. And most coaches don't know this kind of information. And most coaches who go to other training schools don't learn this information either. So they walk around with a nice brand new certificate that they spent thousands of dollars for, but they have no idea how to get clients. We know how to do that. That's why I'm giving you a lot of this stuff really for free to add value, because I want you to succeed. So if you never do our Jumpstart program, which is all the A to Z business development steps that we give you, you have more than enough content off of our website and off of our YouTube to be able to succeed and do these things. So let's talk specifically about YouTube. So YouTube, if you don't know much about YouTube, let me say this on the front end. If you want the slides, text the word slides to 833-258-7547. I'm going to give you a second to do that. The slides are on the post on our website for this. So I'll give you guys just a couple of minutes, or not a couple of minutes, a few seconds to do that. And ten more seconds, and then we're going to do it. All right. Not even 10 seconds. So let's talk about YouTube. First of all, I keep framing every one of our videos with this. I go into greater detail about it in the first week, but I'm going to hit it again. We've got to think in terms of developing relationship with people. Social media, what does the word social mean? It means connection. It means engagement. It means building relationship. And coaches who are just trying to sell aren't getting clients off of social media because they don't realize that coaching is not a product to be sold. It is a relationship to develop. It is a relationship to earn. And so everything that we do are knowing what your objective is. Yes, our goal is to get clients. Our objective to get clients is nurturing and developing a relationship, because that is the key to getting clients. And we need 5 to 8 meaningful personal connections with people before they become clients. Now, let me give you some things in terms of this map. First off, clarify your message. You need to have a consistent message that reflects your brand and stick to it. And most coaches don't do this. They talk about all kinds of different kinds of things. We need to know who this is for and what problems that it helps people solve. So that means that you need to help clients find you, and in order for you to show up where your ideal audience is, we need to know who your who is, and we need to know what problems that it is that you help people solve, because that's how people are going to find you. Social media is all about building relationships. It's not about putting a bunch of posts out there. So if you are just posting all the time and you're not getting traction and you're not getting clients, then you're doing the wrong thing. Your post isn't just to be like, hey, I'm here. Your posts aren't just memes that have a quote from Tony Robbins or something like that. I mean, you can throw those every now and then, but that's not going to get you a client. What we've got to do is that we've got to build relationship instead of just posting. And so the things that we are doing is unto that objective is to nurture a relationship, develop authentically who it is that you are, for your clients. That means that you're building trust, you're building likability, and you're showing a certain level of expertise to help them with a problem that is keeping them up at night. And this is what our end game is with the way that we post. Serve with value. That means the things that you are posting is all about inspiring, educating, entertaining, solving problems, and ultimately what's going to happen is that there's going to be a reciprocity effect. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that when people are being served and you're building value and you're building rapport with them, it's a no-brainer that when they are ready to do something, you're going to be the person that they choose. Now, a couple of other things. You got to understand that coaching relationships are born when clients are ready and rapport is established. What I mean by that is that this is not an overnight kind of deal. So for those of you who want to just post like crazy for a week and then quit on it, you haven't understood that you're saying that you don't want to be relational. You're saying you don't want to nurture a relationship with people. Again, I keep using this example. If you went into Starbucks and you saw a barista that you thought was really cute, let's imagine you're not married and you're not dating or anything else, but you go in there and you see a barista that's really cute that you're interested in. The first time that you walk up, you don't ask them to marry you, but what you do is that you go in and you are very positive, you're very encouraging, you smile at them, and you leave them a really good tip. When you and you know what you do is you continue going there because you know they work there, right? You're not being a creeper, but you know that they work there. So it's like, hey, I'm very interested. I keep coming in. I keep pouring into them. I keep adding value to them. I keep developing a relationship until one day the next step is not marriage, but it might be to ask them to go on a date. It might be to take them out for coffee. And this is what we've got to think about in terms of what we're doing. That means that somebody might become a client in a week of watching your posts. It might mean it takes a month. It might take a couple of months. This is why we've got to be consistent and build trust over time, because some people are really, really ready and they'll resonate with you really quickly. And some might take a little bit longer. A couple of other things: include an appropriate ask. If you don't have a clear call to action, that's what a CDA is, to invite them into the next level of a relationship, then you're not leveraging what it is that you're doing. Because especially with social media, it's very easy for people to like come in and you not know who they are. So you've got to have something that starts the exchange. And that first exchange isn't asking them to become a paid client, but it might be to download a free resource. It might be to get on your email list that helps them solve a problem. It might be inviting them into a free webinar or whatever. Whatever that first step is, now they have given you name, email address, and sometimes cell number. And now that I have that, even if they miss me on social media for a couple of days, now I know who they are, rather than them just, well, I had 3,500 views on this video. Why didn't I get something? That's not what it's really about. I need to nurture relationships. So I've got to have a step for them to take so that I can funnel them into something. Facts and figures on YouTube specifically. When it comes to daily active users, there are shouldn't say 2 billions, 2.7 billion users worldwide, and 122 million users daily are going on YouTube. And it has a global reach, but the top users are primarily in the United States and then secondarily India and China. And the age groups that are represented there is really dominated by users between the age of 18 to 49. But there is a growing number of people that are 50 and older who are getting more and more used to going on YouTube for a lot of different kinds of things. And so that part of the platform is definitely growing, but that's a wide reach in terms of people that you can get. Now, what does this mean? Well, I've got the wrong figures on this one. Why do I have this on here? Let me get this out of the way. I shouldn't have that on. Apparently, I have I had last week's slide for that. So we're going to jump into what makes it stand out. Well, YouTube is the ultimate evergreen content machine. And when I say evergreen content, what happens on Instagram, what happens on TikTok, and a lot of these other platforms is that posts, if they don't get traction immediately, they usually won't get traction later. So if you ever notice something that goes viral, something that gets traction, when you post, you have really about that day, but usually in that first like X amount of hours or 24 hours is when you'll get that burst of activity, but then you'll notice that it kind of slacks off. And unless it really trended or something like that, really what happens for the most part is those posts happen and they kind of disappear and they go down the rabbit hole. And maybe you get a view every now and then over the next several weeks if somebody comes on your page and they look at a lot of different things, but for the most part, all of those posts fade. On YouTube, they do not go away. So even though, and I'd say when you go live, you get an initial amount of people who come in, I would say that even when we go live on Monday nights, a very, very, very small fraction of the people who are going to watch this video are watching it live right now. Like at 5:39 p.m. on January 20th, 2025. Most are going to watch it on replay. They'll watch it later on in the night. They'll watch it in the next 24 hours, or they'll watch it over the next weeks or months or whatever. The key, though, in it is that you've really got to utilize, content tags and information in it so that people will find it. And if you do that, then people will continue finding your video. Another thing is that YouTube is actually a search engine. It's the second largest search engine owned by Google. And this means that your content can rank and it can be found by people actively searching for answers. And so, one of the biggest frustrations with some of the platforms like Facebook or Instagram and some of these other ones is that you can't really search them very well. TikTok's a little bit easier to search, but they're searching primarily by hashtags instead of search strings. But in YouTube, it's searching with search strings. So when I say search strings, they're not just saying life coaching and they're not just saying life coaches, but they might say something like, you know, solve my, how can I solve my procrastination problem or whatever, or procrastination strategies or something like that. They might say something like that because this is the way that human beings talk and they think. They think in language. And the more words that you use in a keyword search, the more specific something is. So this is the advantage that YouTube has over all of the other platforms that are out there. For one, because YouTube is actually owned by Google, they're going to prefer it. That's why when you do a Google search these days, you'll see a bunch of videos that are related to the search string. And those people might not have initially even been looking for videos, but because of those that company has all these products together. Now you can put something together that has a great title to it, that has a great description of the video, and it has keywords and some of these other things. And when people are searching, they're going to find you. But YouTube in and of itself is a search engine, because people aren't searching YouTube simply with hashtags. They're actually using keyword strings. And no one has done search engines better than Google has. They're brilliant. Matter of fact, they dominate the industry. There are other search engines, but Google is routinely defeating. Like, if you took every search engine in the world and combined it together, Google is still defeating them by like 80 to 90% of total searches. So this is something that you've got to think about, and it's another way that we are able to leverage YouTube, is that we're able to benefit from that. Another thing is that YouTube is an authority builder. I would say that YouTube doesn't do community well, because that's what Facebook does probably better than anyone. We talked about that last week. So YouTube isn't really built for direct community interaction. What it really excels at is it allows you to create authority and nurture trust, and develop a relationship with people from that standpoint. So in there's a few different parts of nurturing a relationship with your potential client. And one of those is trust. Another one is likability. And then the third one is expertise. And you can do all of those things when you're posting content. Now, here's the thing, is that there's a lot of different ways that you can post content that allows you to do things that develop trust a little bit better, that develops likability a little bit better, that develops authority a little bit better. And we can look at that in just a second. Now, there's a lot of mistakes that coaches make on YouTube. One is, like they do on every social media platform that's out there, is that coaches are always notoriously inconsistent. So again, if you're only going to post like, oh, I've made 5 posts this week, and then you don't do anything for the next month, you're not doing any favors for yourself. For one, the platform is not going to like you that much, because you're not getting people to come in, and you're not really interested in engaging. And we've got to develop plans that are longer term, strategies that are longer term, and actually have a longer term commitment to any of the platforms that we choose, to see what we're going to get out of it. So coaches are always posting inconsistently. But YouTube, just like these other platforms, want you to post regularly. So when you post consistently, they're going to favor you. Plan, especially because you're trying to nurture a relationship with people, is that you need to have a plan to post at least weekly or bi-weekly. Another mistake that coaches make all the time is not optimizing their posts for search engine. So when I say post on YouTube, what I'm really talking about is a video post, right? Well, on a video post, I've got a title which should be keyword rich. When I say keyword rich, it should be using the search string that people are looking for. It should be thinking about your ideal client and what would they be searching for. And if you're not using a title that includes any of those words, it's not helping you. And the description of the video should include keywords that your ideal client is searching for, that's related to the problem and all those other things. Not just life coach, life coach, life coach, life coach. That's not what they're looking for. But they're probably trying to solve a problem. And here they've got a video and they find you talking about it. And so that's how you're leveraging the content to get in front of them. And then there's another thing that are keywords that you're able to add into the video as well. So if you want people to be able to find you, and again, that's one of the big keys to using social media, your titles, tags, descriptions are what help people find you. When you skip this step, it's a missed opportunity. Now, that one line was out of order somehow, but another big mistake that coaches make when it comes to this platform specifically is perfectionism. And when I say perfectionism, it's because people think that everything's got to be just like perfect. And when I get the perfect script, and when I get the perfect video background, and when I get the perfect hair thing or whatever. Listen, no one's really looking for perfect anymore. That's one of the big things that we learned out of 2020. I have mistakes all the time. I acknowledge them. I trip over words, different kinds of things happen. My line there was on the screen before anything else. I've been doing this for quite a while. I'm not really worried about it. Those kinds of things happen. And I'm getting a red light on this audio. We might have a bigger problem in just a second if my audio completely goes out. So, what do we want? We want real videos shot with a phone if you can, because that's going to make it that much simpler. I want to take all your excuses away. If you can get natural lighting, if you can get daylight, you don't need fancy lighting around. You don't need a fancy setup. You don't need a fancy microphone. There's a guy named Alex Harmozy who's making millions of dollars every month. And if you watch any of his videos, there is nothing that sexy about it at all. They might be in high definition. That's about all you can say about it. The best thing that you could do and the biggest favor you could give yourself is just get in front of the camera, be real. Don't worry about your mistakes. Don't worry about tripping over your words. I do it all the time. You know what those things do for you when you do that? It endears yourself to people. That enables you to build trust because you're not trying to be a perfectionist all the time. One of the biggest sticking points for our clients is well, I don't think that I can do it. I don't think that I'm enough. This thing's not perfect enough or whatever. It's not about perfect. It's about improvement. It's about growth. It's about development. It's the business that we are in. People aren't looking for slick production. They're looking for, do you have an answer to what my problem is? And can I trust you? And if you'll be real, then you can actually do that. So then you can develop that kind of relationship through a video. It's very powerful. So don't get into perfectionism because that will shut you down all the time. Now, another mistake that clients make, and I'm going to see if I can switch this battery really, really quick, and hopefully that'll save the day. Give me like 2 seconds. All right, I got a green light now. So, mistakes that coaches make, no CTAs. When I say CTAs, again, I'm talking about calls to action. And this is when coaches will make videos on YouTube and they will forget to tell their viewers to take any kind of a step. Like this post, subscribe, subscribe to my channel, visit my website, join my Facebook group. You've always got to be thinking about what is the next step. Remember, when you go into Starbucks and you see the cute barista, you have a first step before you get into some real relationship, right? And so it's going to be an appropriate step. It's not going to be something crazy that you're going to tell people. Now, every now and then you can absolutely sell something to people and be direct about that. I'd say that maybe is 10 to 20% of the time. Those other call to actions are going to be small, low risk, no brainer kinds of things where they're going to get something, and what you're going to get on your end is you're going to get their cell number, or you're going to get their email address, or they're going to join your Facebook group or something like that. That way you can get to know them, because again, I can only go so far in nurturing a relationship by posting videos. I need to know who the people are. Couple of other things. Ignoring engagement. When people are commenting, when they are attempting to engage, and we aren't ever responding to them, then that is ignoring people, and it's not creating any goodwill with the people who are watching you. So, what's a strategy? Again, when I say strategy, I'm just giving you some high level kinds of things that you can do. How often should you post? I would say that you need to at least start with one video per week and be consistent on it at least weekly. But the other thing that I would say to do is to try creating multiple 20 to 30-second videos that you can use as shorts. Shorts has been really YouTube's answer to an Instagram reel or what TikTok is doing. And these have to be under a minute or they won't be put in the shorts category. And when I say short, that's really what they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to solve people's problems or anything else. But when we fit into the short category, that means that you could say something really encouraging, or it might be something, let's say that you made a 15-minute video. And to get them to watch the 15-minute video, we have some 20 to 30-second clips out of it where we said something really profound or something really encouraging. And there's a call to action to watch the rest of that video or something like that. So this is what we're trying to do. Anybody can make a 20 to 30-second video. You don't have to know a lot or anything else, and anybody can shoot one. 20 to 30-second video, you shouldn't be editing for hours and hours and hours. It can just be a 20 to 30-second video and use it for what it is. The interesting thing that YouTube does on it, and again, this can be clips from the longer video, it can be a simple pain point inspiration, or it can be an encouragement. But what YouTube will do with shorts is that they'll introduce you to a larger, wider audience. Now, what should you post? Educational posts. You can deliver value with tips, tricks, or insights that your audience can implement today. Another thing that you can do are step-by-steps. Is there some kind of a video where you have a step-by-step guide to solve specific problems? So if there's something that you can give somebody out of value in that kind of way, then do that. You can always do a Q&A. So anything that people are regularly asking, you might only answer one question. You might answer multiple questions. You can do a survey and ask, are there things, or if you know what the pain points are, you can start with one or two and invite someone, in many cases, to come on live, and you can go live and answer those questions. Another thing that you can do is you can actually have the questions sent to you ahead of time. If you don't feel comfortable going live with everybody, you can actually just go prepare the questions ahead of time as far as the answers and give them. I found another really funny mistake. You can go back in time and watch this. I literally had a sticker on my shirt still because this is a new shirt and I didn't take it off. I thought I looked for it. And then I just suddenly took a glance at my monitor and I'm like, oh, I've got like a sticker right here. You can go back in time and watch that. It's like real. See, it's so live and it's real. This is why we do these things. A couple of other things. What should you post? Live videos. Anytime that you can get live real-time interaction, that creates community. It nurtures relationship. And people are love to be able to engage, even in the comments, and that you notice them, that you recognize them, you acknowledge their name, you acknowledge what they're saying. And now, one thing on YouTube Lives is there's always going to be about a 20 to 30-second delay, depending on their connection and everything else. But you can look at the questions that are on there. A lot of times you can't do a whole lot of follow-up, but if you're good off the cuff, then you're able to respond to those questions as they are coming, or comments. Just even acknowledging the comments and reading them, you don't have to have a bunch of feedback. Allow people to be brilliant and they'll continue engaging with you. Now, another thing that you can use, I was starting to say this a little bit earlier, but there are some streaming services. I'm using one right now that's called Restream. It's a little bit more pricey than some of the other ones. Be Live, Belive, is super cheap, but there's other ones that are like StreamYard. There's a lot of different ones that are out there. And what they allow you to do is that if you decide to go live on your channel, it will allow you to go live on Facebook simultaneously with YouTube, like we are doing right now. Now, the benefit of that is that you're not having to go behind you and make a post about something or add a recorded video. What you're able to do is respond to everyone, because even like tonight, there's people who are watching on Facebook and there's people who are watching on YouTube. The beauty of the platform is that I can grab people's comments, I can grab their questions, and I can light them up at the bottom of the screen so that everybody sees it and you're acknowledging it. And again, because it's hitting multiple platforms, I'm not having to open up a bunch of windows. I'm able to see it. And, if somebody said something that was inappropriate, because it can happen, you don't have to highlight that comment, but you highlight the ones that you want to actually engage with. Couple of other things. What else should you post? Well, shorts, again, are 60 seconds or less. If you tag it properly, it'll be a great way for YouTube to introduce you to people you may not know, people who may not know you. So again, when we are using titles and when we are using tags, because the search engine, both on Google and through YouTube, is so powerful, it's a great way for people to be able to find you. The other thing is that 30 seconds, anybody can make a 30-second video. It's a really easy way to create stress-free content, because if you're worried about making a 15, 20, 30-minute video or something like that, that's a little bit longer. But anybody can make a 30-second video. So if that was your first step, listen, if it makes you feel better, don't even try to do any long form content. Like, just get it out of your system to just make a ton of videos and make shorts, and watch your channel will actually grow. But I have a call to action for those things if you're going to make one. Okay. But at the very least, we're making multiple of these a week that will automatically begin to build your channel and get you traction. Don't forget titles and thumbnails. So in your title, you want to use a clear, keyword rich title, like how to overcome procrastination as a busy professional. See, there's certain keywords that are in there. Procrastination is one. Overcome procrastination. People will search that. Professionals, people will search that, because that is saying, again, who and what problem that you're helping people solve. Also, YouTube allows you to make whatever thumbnail that you want for your video, and you can do that in Canva. You just want to make sure that you use bold and visually engaging. Think large text and vibrant colors. One of the things that you could do is go on YouTube and look at all the videos that are trending, and look at the kind of thumbnail that they are creating that's drawing people in. Again, call to actions. You want to always end with a clear action. Subscribe, click the link to download my free guide, whatever it is, have your call to action ready. Last thing, in nurturing relationships, YouTube, again, doesn't really have a built-in community. And that's why you're really going to need an email list or a Facebook group to funnel people into it. Coaches who don't get clients from YouTube haven't leveraged their videos to build rapport, and not only build rapport, but you've got to get people to take an action. Sometimes you can have that once you get really fancy, you can start having little things fly on the screen or whatever. I wouldn't make that your priority coming out of the gate, because I just want you to get started. But you've got to tell people what their next step is and have it available for them. A link inside the description of the video. There are links inside the description of this video tonight for some of the other programs that we have to offer you guys. So this is the way that we do it. Constantly talk about the main points your prospective client has, and don't get off of that. Be consistent there. Ask them to take a no-risk small action. So when you tell people, download my whatever, subscribe to my email list to get whatever, this is a no risk or very low risk, very small action. But that's what the first action actually looks like. And when you get a viewer of your videos to exchange information, now what you've done is you've taken this anonymous person who before was just a view on your video. And what you did is that you converted them to an engaged prospective client, because now they are on your email list or they're in your Facebook group or something like that. You got to have a place to send them. And now over there, even when they're not watching videos, because you know what? One video a week may not, or even a handful of videos a week may not convert someone to becoming a client. But your email list and inviting them into other ways of being able for you to be able to nurture a relationship and to serve them, those are the things that actually will. So again, YouTube is your ticket to building yourself as an authority and nurturing a relationship with people so that they trust you and they like you. But it is not a great community builder. You've got to have some place to put them, whether it's an email list or a Facebook group or something like that, and have an action for them to take so that you turn viewers into real prospective clients. Don't get your feelings hurt, because there's some people who get their feelings hurt and they see, oh, I got thousands of views, but I didn't get any clients out of that. Well, did you have a call to action? And that is the big thing. You've got to find out who those people are. In the same way that I tell coaches, if somebody goes on your website, you need to have some sort of a freebie, an opt-in for them to click and exchange information so that you know who even came on there. People just clicking on your website doesn't tell you anything. You need to find out who those people are and continue to engage with them. Now, let's pay the bills really quick. If you want the slides, text the word slides to 833-258-7547. That'll get you the slides from tonight. That button's at the bottom of that page where you can download it. A couple of things coming up. Our next cohort for Masters Academy, that is our advanced certification in spirit-led Christian coaching, starts February 13th. Some of you have not gotten your basic credential out of the way. I know I hear a lot of interest in getting in this program, but it's really hard to do the life coach certification course or boot camp at the exact same time that you're doing Masters Academy. You got roughly a month to get everything done. If you go on the website and you enroll in the bundle, you'll save $100 on certification for our basic credential in order to get into this program. But this program is 6 weeks long. And when I say 6 weeks long, there are 6 live sessions on Zoom on Thursday nights. You can also watch them self-paced, and you can watch the replays within 24 hours after you're done. There's a coaching community that is a part of this group so that you're able to connect with other coaches who are in the trenches with you specifically, and that you can also work with to knock out your assignments and all those other things. You are going to earn your advanced CPC credential, and you're also going to get the IIPP transformational coaching model tools and questions. These are spirit-led transformational coaching tools. There's nothing like it in the industry. It's over 60 pages of tools and questions of what I've developed to get you started. The cost is only $395. If you need to get your basic credential out of the way, just add $100 to that price, and you can get in the bundle. Our next boot camp, this is our 3-day weekend basic certification where you earn your CLC, is happening February 14th through the 16th. There's 7 powerful sessions that we do over the course of Friday and all day Saturday and all day Sunday. The sessions are foundations of coaching, the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session, how to help your clients get extraordinary results. 2 sessions on listening on a transformational level, how to ask powerful questions, how to establish a growing coaching practice. We also include live coaching demos where you can practice, observe coaching going on, as well as live Q&As at the end of each one of those sessions. What is also included besides those 7 live sessions are brandable templates, including your coaching welcome pack. It includes coaching agreements. It includes everything that you're going to need. And what you're able to do is to change the branding, change the colors, change the text, all of that we put together inside Canva that allows you to pull it into your own Canva account and edit. And that way you've got something to start with in your business. We also give you a coaching tool starter kit, and we give you hundreds of question samples. Obviously, you're going to earn your life coach certification and get your certificate. You're also going to have access to replays and handouts. Plus, you will continue to be invited to our bonus Tuesday night live coach training that we have available also for our life coach certification course. So not just cramming everything in a single weekend, we continue to support you in that. The price for this program is totally a steal. It's only $295. The value on this program is more like $3,500 to $4,500. And you can click the link inside the description of this video to get enrolled. Now, some of you have been really intrigued by what you've been learning from a business side of things. And so I want to tell you about our Jumpstart program. Jumpstart is our subscription-based program. It's $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. And how much is that? That's Starbucks if you get just a cup of coffee every day. Not only do you get trained and certified, but let me show you some of the other things that Jumpstart includes. Jumpstart includes Brand Camp. It's 13 hours of a step-by-step on how to develop your marketing messaging, how to develop your website, search engine optimization, how to write a sales page, how to write an email. We have coaches who have gone through this, and the email list that they have, they're getting an open rate where their people are so engaged of about 75 to 80%, which is outstanding, and it's outrageous compared to where most people are living with their email list. We show you how to do that. We show you how to write a high converting sales page. We also show you how to do search engine optimization so that you show up on all of the search engines, including even in your own local geographic area. Another course that you get inside Jumpstart is called the Coaching Product Launch Blueprint. This blueprint works for business launches, group coaching, online courses, webinars, workshops, retreats, all of those things. We take you from brainstorming all the way up to launch of either your business or your coaching product. We walk you through all of the steps. And the best part is that Jumpstart also has a weekly group coaching call. So anything that you're working on, you can go into that call and you can get feedback on anything that you are working on. So reviews of your website, reviews of anything that you are working on, so that you're not doing this thing alone. Any other program that's like this, I've seen them out there. They cost thousands of dollars a month because no one is offering training, certification, multiple courses on every aspect of the business, and written by and created by people, namely me, who's been actually very successful in this industry, both traditionally in traditional business, but also online. So if you're wanting to be a traditional coach, a hybrid coach, you want to have clients in person, but also online or fully online, we completely cover it, the A to Z on this inside this program. Click the link inside the description of this video. You can get enrolled in any of our programs, and you can get enrolled in about 90 seconds, and you can make it happen. All right, everybody. Well, listen, it's time to end this, and we'll throw this video over to replay. Listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Have a great rest of your week and take care. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. If you would jump inside of the chat right now, let us know that you are here. Tell us where you're joining us from, what you're excited about, what you feel momentum on in your life. Just jump into the chat right here. That tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. Also, do me a huge favor. You guys know that I don't waste your time on Mondays. You will never come here and get something fluffy that does not either help you grow as a coach in your skills or help you grow your coaching practice. And particularly in this series right now that we are in, that is all about a starter guide for social media for life coaches. You can tell over the last few weeks, we are not wasting your time. We're actually giving you stuff to get you started and to get your social media off the ground. So if you would, please like this. It'll take you 1 second. Like this post and share it. Don't be stingy. Give us your likes. All right. Like it. Jump in the comments. Say hello to us. There's no way that I know where you're at or anything else unless you actually jump in and say hello. There's Miles joining us from Bonita, California. You guys keep those comments going for me. If you would, jump into the comments. Let us know that you are here. Also, take 1 second and like this or love it. You can love it. Like this post, love it, share it, either on Facebook or YouTube. We just want to get this in front of more coaches that are trying to get their start in their business, trying to upgrade their business for 2025, and learning to use social media, because I know a lot of you are just getting started and you don't know where to start. This is what this series is all about right now. You also need to say hello to Scully from Central Oregon. Miles says it's a great series this month. All right, that's so good to hear. Steve, who's joining us from Ontario. Shailene joining us from Northern Utah. Good to see you. If you guys would, please keep those comments coming in. Let us know that you are here. Tell us where you're joining us from. Also, big favor. Please do me a big favor. Like this and share it. Even if you don't share it, just you're on your phone right now. It's so easy just to go boop, just click like, and that's all I'm asking you to do tonight. Just like it or comment. That way we get this in front of more coaches so that we can really help them in their business. Jones joining us from Bakersfield. Good to see you. Anybody else want to say hello? Tell us where you're joining us from. Just jump in. See right here? Jump inside the chat. Let us know where you are joining us from and what you're excited about. And hopefully you've been learning some things over the last couple of weeks. This is week 4 of this particular series. It's going fast. We've only got a couple of weeks left of it. Let me see, who else do I need to say hello to? Kathy, who's joining us from Ohio. Good to see you, Kathy. All right. Well, let's jump in. Keep those comments coming, by the way, just because we want to connect with you, want to hear from you. And also, if you've got any questions tonight, particularly over tonight's content, then we are going to answer those questions. So what are we talking about tonight? Well, this is week 4 of the Life Coach Starter Guide to Social Media. And what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to introduce you to some of these platforms, some of you that you are familiar with, and some you might not be so familiar with or you've never gotten started with. Now, what I'm trying to encourage you to do is to utilize what we are giving you to get started, to initiate and put yourself out there as a coach. And I know that a lot of times people don't know how to start, and so they don't start at all because they don't know how to start and they don't know where to start. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to introduce you to these platforms. What are the strengths of them? What do we know about them demographically? Whether this platform works for you. I'm not saying to be on every platform, but you do need to choose a couple, even if you are going to be a traditional coach. How am I defining that? Traditional coaches create traditional coaching practices, and you pretty much are working with people face to face in your local area. That's what a traditional coaching practice is. It's coming locally, even or in your region that you are reaching to. And I understand what a lot of the traditional coaching strategies are when it comes to acquiring clients. Look like joining network groups and a lot of other kinds of things. But here's the deal: everybody's on social media. Everybody, for the most part, has multiple social media accounts, and I'm talking about different platforms that they are utilizing. And even if you are in a local area, this is the way that people are operating these days. Even if you wanted to be a traditional coach, you still need to use social media. Years ago, I didn't tell coaches that because it was still in its infancy, and there was a lot of the traditional practices that on their own were really working. And a lot of things have changed. You know, one of the big things that's changed is these things: the fact that we're doing so much work, we're doing so much communication, and we're doing so many different kinds of things, and people are spending hours and hours and hours on their devices every day. Years ago, when I started, social media was still in its infancy. A lot of the apps that we have today in different platforms didn't even exist back then. And so, it wasn't as big of a deal. People were still primarily utilizing websites to be able to put information in front of people. But listen, people are starting their searches in many cases right here. Even if you're going to be a traditional coach, people who talk about your business, you know what people do? What's their social? What's their social media? It used to be when you say, what's your social? That was your social security number. Now these days when people say, what's their social? They're looking you up there to be introduced to you first through social media. So if you don't have social media, it's actually a problem for people to actually be able to find you. So over the last few weeks, we've looked at a few different platforms. We've looked at Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. This week we are looking at LinkedIn. And LinkedIn's its own animal. It is completely different than all of the other social media platforms in terms of its emphasis and in terms of its strengths. And so before we jump in, let me just remind you, if you want the slides, you need to text the word slides to 833-258-7547. What that's going to do, it's going to give you a link to a web page so that you can download the slides. I'm not being stingy at all. See, nice master coach trainer Paul Davdu. See, we're very nice. We're trying to encourage you. We're trying to give you every resource that we possibly can so that you can do this thing well and to take any excuses away or any fears that you have in getting started. So just text that. You'll get all my slides. And these slides, if you've never joined us, they have the strategy. Everything that I talk about tonight is actually in the slides, so you can be able to get that. I'll give you guys a second to text in to get that. Let me say hello to Grace, who's joining us from Seattle. Good to see you, Grace. So text in, get those. Just scroll down the page. You'll see a download the slides button, and you can get them. And then we're going to jump in. Now, as I have done every week, what I want to help you to understand, and I really emphasize this in week one, so I'm not going to go in extravagant detail on this, but we have to understand what social media means. Social means engagement. It means connection. It does not mean selling, and it does not mean advertising. People are on social media to be entertained, to be informed, to learn, to connect, to be inspired. Those are the primary reasons why people are on social media. They want to find out what other people are doing. So connection is what we are trying to do. We're trying to nurture a relationship with people. And so we have to understand how we're utilizing social media, which is all about building relationship. So again, in this building relationship map, what we have to do, and I keep emphasizing this and showing you how to do this each week, you got to clarify your message. You need a consistent message that reflects your brand, and you stick to that message. You don't talk about 50 different other things or get bored with your subject matter. You stay on the problem. You stay on talking about and to who your ideal client is. You don't change that. You don't change the subject. You never change the channel. You are one channel talking about one thing all the time. And you might get bored with it, but I want you to understand, people every day are stumbling upon you for the first time. No one's getting bored with your message. What we're trying to do is that we're trying to preach that message enough where at a certain point, when that person is ready, we've developed enough rapport and we've built enough expertise and likability that when they're ready to do something, they're going to do it. But when you keep changing your message, then what you do is you muddy the waters and you become very forgettable. Coaches do this all the time. They get bored. They post like 30 different kinds of things, and you don't even know what their primary message is about. So help your clients find you. This is why we want to be on social media. You want to show up where your ideal client is. And what you're doing through social media is you're making it really easy for people to connect with you. We have to engage authentically. Remember, social media is for building relationships. It's not simply you posting about your business. So you're putting yourself out there in the exact same way that traditional coaches would go to networking groups. And one of the things that used to happen in networking groups back in the day, and not that you can't still do that. I would say even if you're going to be a traditional coach, keep going to those networking groups. Use social media as well because people are looking there first. So in a networking group, one of the things that we always understood is that if you show up consistently, people seeing your face constantly builds likability. It builds trust because you're a familiar face in the surroundings. And so the more times they see that face, the more they grow an affinity and endear themselves to you. And by the nature that you are there, they trust you. They like you more, and they assume that you're an expert if you're around all this group of people. Same thing in social media as well. That what do we want to do is that we want to engage authentically. That means that you need to be on there consistently and you need to be authentic about who you are. You're not trying to be somebody else. You're wrapping your coaching practice around who you are. That means that you've always also got to be serving with value. It means that you're going to post and you're going to share things that are inspiring, that also educates, that also entertains, and then it's going to solve problems. And here's what the assumption is. And you're going to give people good stuff because what ends up happening is that let's say that I'm on this side and I'm at 0 in terms of becoming a client with you, and this is 10, me becoming a client. There's two things that have to happen. One is I have to be ready, and so there has to be a degree of readiness, and I have to have a problem that is urgent to solve, problem that keeps me up at night. Now, that means on your side to help me in my readiness, that not only are you going to help me in my readiness, but you're going to build a rapport with me. That means you're going to clarify your message. You're going to keep talking about that problem. You're going to preach about that one problem all the time. The problem that keeps me up at night. The problem that I really want to solve, but I haven't quite solved it and I haven't gotten ready enough to do it. So that every time you post and you share something, you share a downloadable tool, you encourage me, you post a video, you have a download, you do a call to action from your social media that brings me in a free webinar. I'm all the way over here because you've built rapport with me and you've helped me get ready. And now it only makes sense that because of all that work of nurturing a relationship that I'm going to become a client. So we want to add value. We don't want to waste people's time. Two more things. Build trust over time. Why is that important? Because coaching relationships are born when clients are ready and rapport is established. That is not going to happen the first time you post on social media. Well, first time you post, maybe 1 out of 1,000, right? There's not that it's impossible, but it's about a 1 out of 1,000. So what does that mean? It means that I've got to make a commitment to you to keep showing up until the day that you are ready. And I'm not going to get my feelings hurt and I'm not going to quit on social media or say, oh, it doesn't work for me or whatever. I'm not going to say that because I understand that I'm building a relationship. Remember the example I always use. Go into Starbucks. Imagine that you aren't married and you're not in a significant relationship and you think the barista is really cute. You're not going to ask them to marry you because they think that you're creepy, but you might find out what their name is and you might leave a really good tip. And you know what you're going to keep doing? You're going to keep showing up, not as a creeper, but you're going to consistently show up to that place at the same time that that person is working in order to build rapport until one day that first ask that you're going to have of them is maybe to take them out for coffee. It's still not going to be to marry them. So consistency changes the game and it's required. You always have to include an appropriate ask. So there's going to be a clear call to action to invite them into the next level of the relationship. That might mean that you're asking them, giving them free resources. It might mean a conversation. It might be a consultation. But those are those things that are the big steps. So let's talk about LinkedIn. First off, facts and figures. Daily active users. There are not as many on LinkedIn as some of these other platforms. When we're talking about Facebook and some of these others, they have billions of users. Well, LinkedIn only has 900 million users worldwide and 134 million daily users. And the age groups that fill out LinkedIn, 60% are between the ages of 25 and 34. And it makes it an ideal place for millennials building their careers. And honestly, now that I look at that, we're really talking about age 25 to 34. We're kind of talking about a mixture of Gen Z and young millennials, and the youngest millennials, because honestly, millennials are going all the way up to their 40s now, as far as that's concerned. You also have a lot of senior professionals, managers, and executives that are active here with a strong presence of people between the ages of 35 to 55. Now, what is the thing that's making LinkedIn stand out compared to these other platforms? Well, here's what makes it stand out. First of all, over 50% of the users on this platform are earning well above 75,000 a year, and it makes them highly capable of investing in personal development. The other thing about the users on LinkedIn is you're dealing with professionals. These are not people who are just wasting time on social media. See, there's always a purpose behind any of the social media that we use. When you go on Instagram, you're doing something there. When you go on Facebook, you're doing something there. A lot of times when you're on Facebook, like I've said before, it's really about connection. So you're looking at what some of your family members and friends are doing. You're tagging friends, you're uploading pictures of your kids, you're connecting in community. So it's very community driven. YouTube is about growing, learning, education and everything else. So there's something that you're doing on YouTube. There's something that you're doing on TikTok if you use that app. But on LinkedIn, it is specifically for professionals to use. So they're not on there just simply trying to get entertained. They're not watching dances. They're not listening to songs and trending audios and everything else. What are they doing when they're on there? Well, those people who are utilizing this platform is that they are building careers, they're making decisions, and they're solving problems. So they are there for an intentional purpose that has something to do with their personal or professional development. This is why you might want to be on this platform, because what is the end game when somebody is on Instagram? Not everybody who's on Instagram is trying to develop themselves personally or professionally. Not everybody who's on Facebook is trying to develop themselves personally or professionally. Not everybody who's on TikTok is trying to grow themselves personally or professionally. Same thing for YouTube. We know this is why they're on there. There's no other reason to be on LinkedIn unless you have some kind of a development goal. And so what are we in the business of? We're in the business of development. We're in the business of breakthrough. We're in the business of people achieving goals. So it's a great place to be. Might actually be one of the reasons why the platform's a little bit smaller than some of the other people who are utilizing platforms to just doom scroll. No one's doom scrolling on LinkedIn. They're there for a purpose. LinkedIn, again, isn't just another social media platform, it's the professional's playground. Here's why. Because on LinkedIn, you have direct access to movers and shakers. You can connect with CEOs, you can connect with directors, you can connect with high performing professionals who are serious about self improvement. There's also the trust factor. LinkedIn content carries weight because it's created for and it's created by professionals. It also means it's going to rank a certain way in search engines as well. Um, it's also a thought leadership platform. A lot of times, what you see on LinkedIn are long form posts, you see articles. And what it really allows you to do is to position yourself as an expert in your field. And there is intentional engagement. Again, users come here with a purpose, not to mindlessly scroll. So when they are on there, the engagement they are looking for is to connect, to go somewhere, connect, to develop, connect, to improve. In many cases, what people are trying to do is that they're trying to advance somehow in their life or maybe advance in their career. That's why people are actually on there. Now, a couple of other things. A big difference on LinkedIn is visibility. Now, if there's anything, probably the most important thing that I am going to say, besides the fact that you understand how this user group is very different than the other social media platforms, I want you to take note of what I'm getting ready to say right now. Because if you want to stand out and you want to be visible, this is what LinkedIn offers that the other platforms do not. What do I mean by that? Monthly, LinkedIn attracts 310 million professionals who are here for one thing, and it's to grow. But only, this is a big deal, everybody, only 3 million of those users even post regularly, which means that your content can rise to the top with consistent, thoughtful contributions. So, what fewer posts actually means, fewer posts equals greater visibility for coaches who show up consistently with value driven insights. If I haven't sold you on this yet, let me compare you to the other social media platforms that we're talking about in this series so that you can understand a visibility comparison. On Facebook today, there were 350 million posts just today. And so if you posted on social media today, your chance of being seen was 56%. Now, 56% isn't bad, but you guys have probably noticed on some of the platforms that you use, you notice that sometimes you'll post stuff and it got some traction, and then other times you've posted stuff and you're like, did anybody even see this? Is something wrong with my account? Even if you've got a personal account, because people get a little bit sensitive when they only get like one like or get no likes. But a big reason why is that today, if you were posting on Facebook, you were up against 350 million posts that were happening. Now, granted, on your social media right now, you're not going to see all 350 million posts that were on there. I'm just helping you understand what an average day in Facebook world is, and the fact that you only have a 56% chance of being seen. Now, if you were on Instagram today, you had a better shot. Posts per day on Instagram, there were 95 million posts on Instagram today. And look at how much better your chance of your post being seen increased. If you are on Instagram, your chance of your post being seen is 526%. Well, that's very encouraging. That's a lot better than 56. Well, if you are on TikTok, today there were 34 million posts on TikTok. The chance of your post being seen was 2,941%. That's a really, really good stat. Well, let me show you what happens when you're on LinkedIn. LinkedIn, there's only 3 million posts per day. The chance of your post being seen on LinkedIn in comparison is 10,333%. This is what we're talking about. Like, what do I want to compete against? Do I want to compete against somebody? And now here's what's true. When people are doom scrolling, let me get my phone again. Where did I throw it? I threw it across the room over here. When I go on Instagram, I'm just going to grab Instagram really quick. And let's think about what we do when we are on Instagram. If you are on Instagram, I'm just going to go to the explore page and I'm just going to grab a random post on here as soon as it loads. So here's my basketball, because I like the NBA, so it serves up these things for me. I love basketball in general. When I start scrolling through this, it's going to give me endless basketball, 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 and some ads sprinkled in there. But basketball, 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 basketball. How much basketball could they possibly have? There's a lot in here about Jimmy Butler not liking to be there. There's a lot of information about him. Apparently, they know too much that I've been following the Jimmy Butler story. So there's a lot about Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, more than I would probably care to know. There's just tons of it. But now I also have a little bit of football that's popping in here. But see, this is not going to stop, is it? You know that. If you guys have ever spent any time, they are determined to keep you on here with videos. And this is never, ever, ever, ever going to stop. Now, if you had one post on the feed and I'm following you, I saw your one post, but I've already forgotten about it, possibly, if I stopped and watched it. Because there's still hundreds, maybe, and somebody who's on here might watch see 1,000 memes, 1,000 videos really easily. It doesn't take very long. So if I'm on with LinkedIn, and again, I'm not there to doom scroll, I'm there for a purpose. What's the chance that someone, because there's only 3 million posts per day, that means that if I'm on LinkedIn, I might only see 100 posts, very possible, of the people that I'm following on there primarily, and then some other kinds of things. So this, again, the visibility, there's no comparison. If LinkedIn is the right place for you to be, then your visibility is going to be amazing. Now, let's move on. Mistakes coaches make on LinkedIn. First of all, overly salesy content. We see this across every social media platform. LinkedIn, again, thrives on value driven posts. You want to become an authority, you want to build rapport, you want to build trust. And you don't do that just with a bunch of pitches. Sometimes coaches are a little too casual on this platform. And we have to understand that the people who are actually on this platform, they're professionals, right? And so they are looking for credible individuals. It doesn't mean that you can't be funny. It's just that you can get away with some stuff on Instagram and TikTok and everything else, and people just don't do those things. It's not the place for overly casual content. The other thing is that is that um, coaches constantly, and this is across the board that I see with coaches, is that they are always inconsistent about posting. And again, as I've said before, sporadic posting is not going to do you any favors. It's like showing up to the coffee shop one day and not showing up for another 30 days. That's not going to build trust. You've got to be consistent in any platform that you utilize. Here's another really big one, though, that I need to talk about just for a second. Coaches misunderstand who is actually on this platform. And when I say misunderstand it, is that these are professionals that are looking for an answer to specific problems and solutions. And I want you to think leadership, career, money, business, sales, work life balance, mindset, etc. All of these kinds of things. Most coaches don't really have a message that connects with why the people are actually on this platform. Again, what are they trying to do? They're trying to develop, they're trying to grow, they're trying to get past barriers and get breakthrough. They're trying to further their career. They're trying to connect with people who can help them further their career or further their development. So if a life coach goes on, and we've already talked about this before, but I'll say it again, with this generalist live your best life is not going to connect with these people who are on here. But if you are like a particular industry, like you like sales, you like working with executives, you like working with people in education or whatever. See, industry is one of those things that can open the door for you big time when you connect with other people who are in an industry. If you're connected to something that's around growing their wealth, growing their business, trying to further make their resume better, further their career in some sort of a way or whatever. It doesn't mean that a life coach can't show up in here, because there's big things like work-life balance, but you've got to connect it with who is actually on here. So the more general and generic you are, and I say this all the time, you can't be a generalist as a coach and expect to grow your business. You have to choose a niche. Who is your who, and what is the problem that you're helping them solve, and what is the solution? You can't waste people's time on LinkedIn. You need to be clear about that and preach about it all the time. And so when coaches just think, well, I'm just going to be on LinkedIn and they're going to do all this generalist stuff, you probably should have just saved your time and used one of the other social media platforms instead of using LinkedIn, because these are professionals. These are people who, in many cases, are impatient for results. They're very results driven people. They don't want frou-frou coaching, but they do want coaching, and they value it when they can see that it's actually going to get them a result. So if you can't talk in terms of who your who is, what problem it is that you're helping people solve, and what solution and result that they're going to get, it's going to be hard to get a client on this platform. So try this. If we were going to start with a strategy, how often should you post? I would say post 2 to 4 times a week. A mix of professional insights, storytelling, and maybe some actionable steps. What should you post? Well, industry insights, share your experience, share some trends that are going on, challenges for the people who are actually in your niche. Obviously, you're going to share success stories. You're building rapport and you're building trust. So, talk about client wins with their permission and demonstrate results. You can also include how-to guides, like, you know, actionable advice tailored to your audience, like 3 steps to overcome workplace burnout. So when I say how-to guides, one thing that I will say is don't just post a link to it. Make them do some work for it. At least opt in for for your email list before they get a download. What else should you post? Thought leadership articles. You can write long form posts or LinkedIn articles that will begin to establish your authority. And if you have a website, you can this will also grow your authority on search engines for your website. Engagement posts. Ask questions to spark conversations. Like, what's your biggest challenge with work life balance? If you had a question that is specifically focused around a problem and for your audience, don't forget engagement, because you can do engagement in LinkedIn. Comment thoughtfully on posts from your connections so that you stay visible. Remember, if you're connected to people and you comment on something, other people who are, if it's thoughtful and it's smart and it's helpful, then other people who are following and are connected to that person is going to see your comment. So that's why we want to think of everything that we're doing in terms of comments and everything else. That is actually marketing us and putting us out in front of people. You can use direct messages to build personal relationships after connecting. LinkedIn also has LinkedIn Live. So you can do LinkedIn Live sessions, or you can do webinars for interactive discussions. You also want to have a focus on building connection. There is something called LinkedIn groups. So you can participate in groups that exist, or you can start groups specific to your niche. And again, because most people are not, again, when I say there's 300 million posts a day, that there are 3 million posts per day out of 300 million daily users. That means that at most 10% of the people who are on the platform are posting. That means that most people are not talking about what you're going to talk about that day. Most people are not going to even be doing a live. Most people are not going to be engaging in any groups or anything else that they have started, because most of them have not started them. So you can be a person out there who is a forerunner, or who is a leader in what you are doing, actually pretty quickly. This is why we want to utilize these things. Personal outreach. That means send direct messages to connect with followers and nurture leads. And also, you want to build connection. If there's people that you know already on LinkedIn, you want to connect with them. That just builds your connections. Even if they are not going to become an ideal client, that's not what that's really about. You're just building their connections, because the people you know will know other people. You're also going to ask people for endorsements. You can get people to write a brief little kind of testimonial or something that actually endorses you on the platform. The other thing that I'm going to encourage you to do on, just like I have with every other social media platform, is to make sure that you optimize your profile. That means in your headline for your LinkedIn page, you need to be crystal clear about who you help and the results that you deliver. Like this example, I help executives eliminate burnout and build resilient teams. There's the problem and there's the solution. What are you doing? What is the thing that you're actually, problem that you're helping people solve? Who is this for? All of that is actually answered in one line like that. There's also an about section. You can use storytelling to explain your journey, highlight your niche, and share how you help clients achieve their goals. There's also an experience area. So you'll list your coaching roles just like you would a traditional job titles, to showcase your expertise. Also, recommendations. Ask satisfied clients to leave endorsements. And it's the LinkedIn equivalent of what you would have in terms of a review or a testimonial. And also use the featured section to showcase your videos. So if you are already creating videos for other platforms and everything else, you can just submit them here. Or if you've got other kinds of resources that you want to share to get out in front of people, then you can do that. Again, if you want the slides, you need to text 833-258-7547, just the word slides if you want to get these. Now, let me pay the bills really quick. We are just about a little over 2 weeks out from a couple of certification opportunities. One of them is Master's Academy. It's an advanced level certification. The only way that you can take this program is if you enroll in our bundle and get the life coach certification course or boot camp out of the way at the exact same time that you're going to start Master's Academy. But we're starting February 13th. This is not just Christian life coaching with a tag. This is a spirit-led transformational model that I developed and I am training our coaches to be able to utilize. Again, this is an advanced certification. So what you get as a part of this program is it's 6 weekly sessions, and there's a Christian coaching community that's a part of that. So you'll be a part of a group of coaches who are also not only in the trenches doing what you're doing, but that you can also leverage for support, accountability, but also to knock out those assignments. You're going to earn an advanced CPC certification. And in the IIPP transformational coaching model that I've created, we've created 60 plus pages of tools and questions, because there's a tool every week that I introduce to you to help clients get breakthrough through the 4 spirit-led coaching pillars. The cost is only $395. If you've not gotten your basic credential out of the way, you can bundle that for only $495, and you can get enrolled for February 13th. Now, our next coaching boot camp, this is our 3-day life coach certification live online life coach certification program, is coming up February 14th through the 16th. It's 7 powerful weekend sessions. Session 1 is Foundations of Coaching. Session 2, the Anatomy of a Dynamic Coaching Session. Session 3 is how to help your clients get extraordinary results. Hey, those of you who are still watching, if you've been through Master's Academy, you're currently in Master's Academy, or you've been through boot camp, would you just jump in the comments and tell people what you thought of it and what your experience was? That way people can actually know. Sessions 4 and 5 are how to listen on a transformational level. Session 6 is how to ask powerful questions. And session 7 is how to establish a growing coaching practice. The weekend includes live coaching demos, because I know many of you have never seen coaching before, and so you get to practice. And we also have live Q&As as a part of the weekend. The other thing that's included besides the seven sessions is that we take care of your welcome pack and all of the all you need to get started in your business in terms of coaching agreements and all those other things. It's fully brandable. It's fully editable. You can change the fonts. You can change the color scheme. You can change any of the logos or any of those other things. That way you're starting out of the gate and you can get started with your business as quickly as possible. We also include a coaching tool starter kit and question samples. Obviously, you're going to earn your life coach certification. You will receive a certificate, and then you're going to have replays from the weekend as well. Also, for all of our programs, we have live Tuesday night coach training. That way, you have ongoing connection with us. If you have questions, I understand we're piling everything into a single weekend. That way, you are not on your own. But the cost for this accelerated training, weekend training, is only $295. The value on this is somewhere between $3,500 to $4,500. Those of you who have already gotten your training and certification out of the way, or if you're looking for a all-in-one solution to getting trained, certified, and having an A to Z business development roadmap, I'm going to encourage you to subscribe to Jumpstart Your Coaching Practice. Let me say, put some of these up. Kathy says, I highly recommend Masters Academy. Masters Academy is a life changer. Miles says, I plan on certifying in Masters Academy. That's awesome. So Jumpstart, what is actually included? Well, Jumpstart does include the life coach certification course. So it does include certification, but it gives you an A to Z business development roadmap. One of those courses that is actually available inside of Jumpstart is Brand Camp. It's 13 hours of training. It is a step-by-step on your marketing messaging. I show you how to develop a website, how to optimize your website for search engines, how to write a sales page that is high converting, how to write emails. The coaches who have been through this and have email lists are getting somewhere between 60 to 80% open rates on their email lists. But there's tons of tools, there's tons of bonuses that are a part of that. You're also going to get access to the course Coaching Product Launch Blueprint. You guys know that I am a big advocate of not just serving your clients with one-on-ones, but to break into wealth. There are many ways that you can make money as a coach. So this particular blueprint is perfect for business launches, for group coaching, online courses, retreats, webinars, workshops, whatever you can think of. We help you go from brainstorming all the way to launch inside of this particular course, and there are tons of tools that are a part of it. Again, Jumpstart's only $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. That's only $3.25 a day. You get the business development roadmap. We show you everything from discovering your niche, how to attract clients. We talk to you about how you develop a weekly strategy, tools for traditional and online coaching practices. We've got everything covered: pricing, coaching agreements, how to close clients, all of those things. And it also includes a group coaching call where you can join the group of coaches who are part of that on Wednesdays and get any of your questions answered and get feedback on anything that you're working on. Again, it's a steal. It's only $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. You can cancel anytime after those 3 months are over with. We just want to partner with you and to take all of the guesswork out of being successful as a coach. Let me see if I need to say hello to anybody else. Kathy says, the skills you learn in Masters Academy takes life coaching to a completely different level. You will love it. I appreciate that. Well, awesome. Listen, the link to all of these programs that I talked about are inside the description of this video. It'll take you 90 seconds to enroll, and you can start immediately because there's a lot of self-paced options that are also included. Let me just look really quickly. It says, Paul, I'm in New Zealand. Do you have a link instead? Yeah, the easy thing to do is just go on our website, and let me see if I can grab that for you. Right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick that inside. Just look inside the chat, and you can download that link, because I don't know that I can do it in any other kind of way except just sticking it in a link for everybody. But a couple of people who are outside the United States that can't get in there, can't text in, that's the link that you're actually going to get when you text in anyway. So that keeps it simple. All right, everybody. Well, listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. We're going to throw this thing on replay. Have a great rest of your week and take care. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. If you're joining us tonight, you know what? I would highly recommend. I'd highly recommend the platform that we're going to talk about tonight. It is surprisingly effective, and it is surprisingly powerful to generating clients for coaches. And so the coaches who are actually missing tonight are completely blowing it. But a lot of times people don't understand what certain platforms are for and how coaches are utilizing them. So they just kind of think that maybe Pinterest is just simply for planning your wedding or something like that. Well, you guys are going to learn a little bit about Pinterest tonight, and more importantly, gain some clients from it. Let me say hello to a few people. If it's the first time that you ever joined us, you guys will find out really quickly that when you join us on Mentor Monday, it is never fluffy. What I mean by fluffy is that we're never going to invite you to something that is going to waste your time. We have a forward mission statement at Life Coach Training Institute. It's proficient coaches, thriving practices. We want to see both. So everything that we do always has one of these two outcomes. We're either trying to help you develop as a coach and improve your skills, or help you get clients. We want you to have a thriving business. And so not every school, matter of fact, most schools only want to talk about how to coach, but we cover that other part, which ends up being about 90% of your business is how to get clients. So if you would jump inside of the chat, let us know that you're here. Say hello to us. Tell us where you're joining us from, what you're excited about. Also, do me a huge favor, like and share this. Don't be stingy with your likes. You know what this is going to do? It's going to tell Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. That's all we're really asking for you from you tonight, is to at least take 1 second and click that, because we're going to give you slides. We're going to give you a lot of stuff tonight to really help you get clients. So please do me that huge favor. Let me say hello to a few people. Deanna, who's joining us from Alberta, Canada. Stephen, who's joining us from Arkansas. And Kathy, who's joining us from Ohio. If you guys would, we haven't jumped in yet. It's going to be really powerful tonight, but do me a huge favor and jump inside the chat. Just post a comment. If you're on Facebook, post something in the chat. If you are on YouTube, let us know where you're joining us from, what you're excited about. Also, do me a huge favor and like this post and share it. It tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. And we're just out here trying to help as many coaches as we possibly can, and we would really appreciate that. We say hello to Steve, joining us from Ontario. Paula is joining us from New York. Rashonda is joining us from Texas. Shailene is joining us from Northern Utah. Excited to learn more about using Pinterest. Good. And Love is saying hello to us. Good to see you, Love. If you guys would, please jump in the comments. Let us know where you're joining us from. I don't like just being a talking head over here on the studio looking at a camera. So I greatly appreciate it if you jumped in and just said hello to us. Also, do me a huge favor, like and share this post. It'll take you 1 second to just get on the app right there, or if you're on your browser, just click like. It'll only take you like a fraction of a second on Facebook or YouTube, whichever one that you are on. And I promise you're going to really benefit from tonight. And you're going to learn some surprising things about a platform that you kind of thought that you knew about before. Love's joining us from Atlanta. Tracy is joining us from Alabama. Good to see you, Tracy. All right. Well, we are going to jump in. Keep those comments coming in. We love to hear from you and love to acknowledge that you're here. And so we appreciate that. Let me get that off really quick. What are we talking about tonight? Well, before we jump into talking about Pinterest, if you want the slides, we're so generous. All these beautiful slides and different tools and stuff that we create for Mondays, you can get it right off of our website. So if you text the word slides, don't text any other words, just text the word slides right now to 833-258-7547. And you'll be given a link, and all you got to do is click that link and scroll to the bottom of the page. And at the bottom of the page, you will find a link to the slides. It's a nice bright green link that says download the slides, and you can get tonight's slides. It's going to give you all the information that I'm talking about tonight, so that you're not having to take a bunch of crazy notes or any of those things. So I'll give you like 2 more seconds to do that, and then we are going to jump in. If you haven't been with us for the last few weeks, what are we talking about? We are talking about a startup guide, a startup strategy for coaches who are looking to find clients online. Now, whether you are a traditional coach, when I say you want to start a traditional practice that's in your own town, in your own region or county or wherever you live, you're wanting to have face-to-face clients, I still say that everybody needs a website and everybody needs social media. Reason being is that people are not going to meet you for the first time through a business card. And they're not going to necessarily meet you through another person. Even if somebody mentions you and says, oh, this is a good coach, you should talk to them, they're going to be looking you up on social media as their first strategy. They're going to start on Instagram. They're going to start on Facebook or wherever they are living on social media. And they are going to start there to look at if you've got a thriving business or not, if you're active on there and everything else. So if you are not, then people are forced to try to find your website. And hopefully they do. Hopefully you have a website, because that is where the first introductions to you and your business is actually going to take place. It's why you want to be on there, regardless if you're going to be a traditional coach or not. Respect you. If you want to be a traditional coach, does not mean that you don't need social media. So having said that, what we're doing is that we are looking at some of the major social media platforms, and you can go back in time. This is your first week here. Hey, welcome. It's your first week here. But we've already talked about Instagram. We've talked about Facebook, and we've talked about LinkedIn. This week, we are specifically talking about Pinterest. Now, many of you think that Pinterest is just simply a platform where you can put your board together for your wedding stuff. And my wife always asks young friends of hers, do you already have a Pinterest board with all of the items that you want for your wedding? And without fail, everybody that she talks to has that. One of our young friends just got engaged, like here in the last week. And if Julia's watching somehow, like strange thing, congratulations, Julia. But anyway, but my wife was talking to her the other day, and she was like, you must have a Pinterest board with all of your items that you've already picked out and thought about for your wedding. And she was like, oh, well, yeah, I do. How did you know that? But she's had it for a very, very long time, which is true. So what are people doing is that they are going on Pinterest and they are looking for ideas and they are compiling these ideas, but they're not just looking for ideas to decorate their house. They're not just looking for hobby kinds of things. They're actually looking for change and transformation in their life. And so what we're going to do is that we're going to look at this particular group of people who use Pinterest and how they use it so that we can be really strategic about going forward. Now, as part of this playbook that we've talked about, I want to remind you of what I've been saying each and every week. But we need to understand that what we're trying to do is that we're trying to build a relationship. We're trying to nurture a relationship that with people out there. We're not just advertising and selling. So this is just a really quick reminder. I went into it in depth the first week, but I'm going to recap it really quickly because this is important for every social media platform that you use. First off, you need to clarify your message. You need to dial in and you need to hone in your message. And when I say that, it means that you do need to choose a niche. You can't just be some generalist life coach out there saying, live your best life, because that doesn't mean anything to anyone. So if any of you have that on your social media right now or on your website, go please kill that, remove it. It's not going to get you any clients. And instead, decide who your who is going to be. What is the problem that keeps them up at night? And I want you to focus on speaking and nurturing a relationship with that group of people and talking about that precise problem and not putting it down. So what do you want to do is that you want to show up on a platform, on a social media platform, not that you have to be on all of them, but you need to find yourself on a platform where your ideal audience is already living. And you want to make it easy for people to find you. You have to engage authentically. Social media, see that word social? It's not called advertising platform. It's called social media. And social means that we are looking to make connection. We're looking to engage people, not just offer a bunch of advertising stuff. And so social media is about building relationships. It's not simply posting things. You want to serve with value. That means that what you post should inspire people. It should educate. It should entertain. It should solve problems. And what ultimately happens as a result of that, 5 to 8 meaningful personal connections that move people towards trusting you and help them increase in readiness until the day that they want to hire a coach. It only makes sense because you've been engaging them. What? It's clear who your who is, and it's clear what problems that you help people solve. Which leads me to this: build trust over time. Coaching relationships are born when clients are ready and rapport is established. So we're not talking about making one or two posts on social media and getting a bunch of clients off of it. That's not what we're talking about at all. The other thing that I'm not talking about is that I'm not talking about the fact that you need 100,000 followers before you get clients. That's not true either. You really don't need that many at all. What, 20, 25, maybe 50? I don't know. You don't need very many. It's all about what you're doing in the platform that builds trust, builds likability, shows your expertise. And then and as you build rapport and they are ready, then that's when they become clients. One more thing, include an appropriate ask. You're using clear calls to action. That's what a CDA is, to invite them into the next level of the relationship. That means that you're going to have a link on there, maybe. An example of that is maybe a free resource or conversations or consultations or something. There's going to be something clear that you are inviting people and asking them to do that moves them along in the process. Now, let's talk facts and figures about Pinterest, and I'm going to shock you guys and astound you in just a second. First off, monthly active users. There are 498 million global users on that are using the platform. Now, there's more total users on the platform, but every month there's nearly 500 million that are actually utilizing the platform. Now, this platform definitely skews towards women. Sorry for you guys who want to be guy coaches and everything else. You might think about this platform. Here's one thing that I would say: we can look at it in one of two different ways. If you're looking for guys to be clients, it does not mean that they are not on here. I just want you to understand is that nearly 8 out of 10 are women. Now, here's the other thing that I would say, caveat that I would say, is that most people are not posting things for guys in terms of looking for male clients or something like that. So that's the caveat. It does not mean that there are none. What I would say, it might actually be an opportunity because no one else is going for that particular group that's on the platform, which might make your message stand out that much more. But this is going to get much better than this as I go into this next couple of parts. One is that the largest age group on this platform is between the ages of 25 to 44. So that makes it an ideal place to reach younger Gen Xers, millennials, and Gen Z. You're going to find them on the platform. Now, get ready for this in terms of what makes it stand out, because this right here is what makes this platform stand out amongst all the other social media platforms. Are you ready? If I had a drum roll, I would give you a drum roll. This is amazing right here. High household income. I showed you what the average household income is on the other platforms. 45% of U.S. users earn over $100,000 per year. And this is far beyond other social media platforms, and it is prime territory for high ticket coaching offers. So when we compared it to some of the others, we were at best 75. Even LinkedIn does not have this number. LinkedIn goes 75, over 75, and the other platforms are below, somewhere around like 70, something like this. So these are people who are using this platform that have money. So if you're looking for people who you can be certain can actually afford coaching, then this is why you want to be on Pinterest. Because if you want to say these are the wealthiest users, yes, this is the platform with the wealthiest users as far as the data is concerned. Now, another thing, buying intention. This is a major thing that separates Pinterest from the other platforms. What do I mean by that? Because users who are on Pinterest are only on the platform to buy something. Let me say that again. When people are on Instagram, when people are on Facebook, when people are on TikTok, and when they are on LinkedIn, their number one purpose of being on the platform is not spending money and not buying stuff. It does not mean that they won't do that, because people are running ads on there and everything else. But if you're like me, when you're scrolling through stuff, the last thing that you want to do is see a ton of ads. Matter of fact, there used to be a day on Facebook where they really didn't have ads. And now at times it can be like every 4 posts or something like that that you will see a bunch of ads or something like that. That's not why we go on there. Now you might every now and then see a really, really good ad that, distracts you from what you are looking for, but your primary reason on Facebook is to connect with people. Your primary reason that you are on Instagram is either to connect or it's to be entertained in some kind of way. Same thing with TikTok. Well, the primary reason why people are on Pinterest is to spend money. They are on there to buy something. So when they are on there, they are there to spend money. They are looking for solutions. They are looking for answers for their problem, and they actually have the money to do something about it. And so the motivation for being on the platform is to spend money. That's why you want to be on here, because the other platforms, they are great, but it might take you a little bit longer to get seen, to get an audience and build some of these things. These people are on there like literally credit card in hand, and this is why they're using the platform. It's amazing. See, some coaches tonight haven't joined us. Maybe they'll look at it in the future. Maybe I will nudge them with just this information, just what I talked about just now, because it would actually be very foolish for many coaches, especially what I just showed you with women dominating Pinterest. Women also dominate the coaching industry. Most coaches are women and most clients are women. So actually the number of people number of women on Pinterest in terms of the percentages actually match the percentage of women in coaching and match the percentage of clients in coaching as well. So this actually might be a perfect place for many of you to be on there. And most coaches don't know how amazing it is, including some of the coaches who are right now at Life Coach Training Institute. So I'm going to send one more email to just kind of like, push them, shake them, put some smelling salts under their nose if they are kind of leaving this thing alone. All right, so here we go. Let's talk about a couple of other things. What else makes Pinterest stand out? Well, one big thing is that pins don't disappear on Pinterest. If you use something like Instagram stories or Facebook posts, those things always fade really, really quickly. So when I say they fade really quickly, meaning you might get like a day, you might get 24 hours, something like that. But Pinterest pins can resurface months or even years later. Here's another thing that makes it stand out. Pinterest is search driven. It is SEO based. So when I say SEO, what I'm talking about is it's for posts that have been optimized for search. So it also means that your content ranks just like Google searches would, which makes it easier to be found. One thing that is so obnoxious on Instagram and in some of these is that sometimes they'll say, well, hashtags matter. And then, no, it's not looking at hashtags anymore. No, you need to do this if you want people to see it. And they're always like, they're going back and forth on this stuff all the time. Well, hashtags do not lead the charge on this particular and so here's what happens is that you can't do a search string like you would on Google on any Instagram stuff. So sometimes it's really hard to find things, hard to find what you're looking for. You're taking a guess at certain hashtags, and sometimes it's relevant and sometimes it's not. Any of you who have searched anything on Instagram find it really, really difficult, and sometimes find it really, really difficult on Facebook to find things. But because this is built like a search engine, like Google, it means that I can put in a search term or I can put in a search string, a few words, a handful of words, and it's going to find something for me, which is amazing, and it serves you a lot better. Now, You also on Pinterest have evergreen visibility. When I say that, what I mean is that your content keeps working for you long after you post. Pinterest pins have a half life of 3.5 months. And compare that to Facebook or Instagram posts where you just posted stuff and you're like, man, it got no traction. It seems like nobody saw it, and that seemed like a waste. This is how, again, this platform actually works for you and sustains whatever it is that you're posting. Now let's talk about what mistakes coaches make on the platform. Most people, most coaches treat Pinterest like any other social platform, and that's where they go wrong. Here's some of the common mistakes that coaches are making. One, and this is an ongoing problem amongst all social media, is posting one time and expecting instant results. I would say this is true for all of the social media platforms. You need to be in it for the long term. You need to play the long game. Understand we're developing relationships. As I've said before, if you went into Starbucks and you saw a cute barista and you weren't married and you weren't dating anybody, the first time you meet them, you're not going to ask them to marry you, but you will start frequenting the place. You will keep stopping in, and you'll leave great tips and you'll get to know them. And then one day when it's appropriate, maybe 2 weeks or maybe a month after, you might ask them for coffee. That's going to be the first step. And so we have to understand we're there for the long term to engage and develop a relationship. And so that's why we've got to be consistent. Another mistake that coaches make is using low quality pins. That means that they're making posts that are text heavy, that are really cluttered, or they're unbranded graphics. And none of those things perform very well on the platform. A couple of other things: ignoring search engine optimization. Again, like I said a while ago, Pinterest functions as a search engine. It's what it actually is. And so if a coach is neglecting to put titles, is neglecting to put descriptions, and will not name their boards, or just puts really like vague things that are out there, nobody's going to find it. So some of you might actually already be using Pinterest and you're trying to use it like you would Instagram. And so you're loading up on hashtags and a bunch of those other things, not understanding that Pinterest is actually functioning like a search engine, which makes it actually very, very easy for you. So when you write anything that you're writing, you want a title. Again, anything that you want. I'm just giving you a hint on search engine optimization. This isn't on the slide, so just listen up. With anything that you do search engine optimization, in any search engine, if you want to optimize anything that you are doing, the title must have the keywords that you want, that you expect people to use, right? So titles, descriptions, really big deal. Imagery and images that bear the same. You want to have it be congruent. You want to be consistent on all of these things. And so on here, descriptions, titles, and board names all need to have the proper search terms. I'm not talking about spamming people, but I am talking about something that actually looks like it was intentionally done. Listen, you can make as many boards as you want. You can make as many posts as you want to be able to focus on and just make them keyword searches for certain kinds of things. Like this board is going to be for this challenge that my clients experience, and you leave it and you make everything live there. We can create another board and have it for another challenge. And so you're not just sitting there spamming people by putting a bunch of keywords in it. What you're trying to do is that you're trying to make a board, or you're trying to make a post that doesn't have a ton of keywords in it, but it has one keyword or one key string that makes it relevant to the search. When you spam and you put all this other junk in it, then what Pinterest is going to do is it's going to say, well, this one's less relevant because it's got a bunch of different words in it. But this other post seems to do really, really well that somebody else did because they were consistent, on point, and on message all the way through. So as we keep going, another mistake that coaches make is not linking to an opt-in. I've talked about how big of a deal this is, but you need to be directing the people who are on on anything that you're doing in social media towards a lead magnet, towards a freebie, towards a service page. If you're not linking people to something to get them to take action, you're simply leaving money on the table. And another mistake that coaches specifically make on Pinterest is only posting one time per pin. And the best strategy is actually refreshing Pinterest content by repinning, rearranging boards, and updating with new images or descriptions so that you maintain visibility. So let's talk about strategy and how you might begin. And again, what I always say with strategy is we are beginning with these platforms. Now, what I'm telling you to do is for you to try it. When I say try it, I say you need to try this for at least 30 to 60 days to see what kind of traction you get. And then you can make modifications. But if you won't commit to 30 days and you're like, well, I'm going to try this for 3 days, and if I don't get anything, well, you don't understand relationship and nurturing a relationship and being consistent in things, which is the number one issue facing coaches on social media. But when I say with any of these strategies, you need to actually give it time. So, how often should you post? Daily, 5 to 10 times per day to maintain momentum. And one of the things that you can do is you can use some kind of a scheduling tool. Tailwind's one of those that you can actually put all of your things together and you can have it post for you so that you're not just living on the platform as far as that's concerned. Weekly, create at least 3 to 5 fresh pins per blog post or lead magnet. And so we're putting some things out there that are directly leading to a call to action, getting them to take action and move from that pin to a post or some kind of a lead magnet on our website. You know, one of the things, and why are people actually creating blog posts? If you create a blog post on your website, what you're doing when they click it, maybe it's not a freebie, maybe it's to a long form version of a post. They click on it, now they're on their website. So after they might read the blog post, but they might click around and get to know you. And maybe you've got another opt-in on there, but we want to get them to take action. We want them to make a move. How often should you post? Monthly. You want to refresh older high performing pins with some new images or some updated titles. Now, how do you get better results specifically off of search? Well, first thing, use what we call long tail keywords and pin titles and descriptions. What does that even mean, Paul? Well, here's what a short title is. A short title is something like this: confidence tips. Well, that's really, really vague. It's really, really non-specific, but a lot of coaches do that. Instead, you want to have a longer search term like this: how to build confidence for women in leadership. And so, what is that going to do? Well, it's more descriptive. But one of the things that's really important is that whenever you write a title, you want to think of, well, how would somebody, if somebody was going to come on here and look for the kind of content that I've put together, how might they say it? How might they type it? How might they write it? And there are some tools online that you can use to help you build a keyword string and to actually think about these kinds of things. We'll keep going on. Optimize your board names. And so instead of saying life coaching tips for, instead, you want to use life coaching tips for women instead of just a vague, ambiguous word like coaching. Who is this for? And then also, what problem are you solving? Or actually identify the problem if there's a specific problem that you're talking about. You want to add hashtags sparingly, again, because Pinterest is prioritizing keyword searches, not so much emphasizing hashtags. You want to use CDAs, calls to action. Make sure that every pin links to a lead magnet, some sort of a freebie, or your actual coaching offer. We want them to have a step, and you need to tell them what their next step is. And with boards, organize your content into searchable categories like mindset coaching tips or productivity for entrepreneurs or self-care for leaders. See, one of the real big things about this is that when you organize it, when people come on your page, they might find themselves on there for one thing, but when they click around, they find out that you actually have a lot of stuff that really interests them. And you should, if you're actually know who your ideal client is and you're creating content for those particular people, and it'll make them stick around on your page for a little bit longer. So, quick wrap up. Pinterest isn't about quick engagement. It's about long-term visibility, and it's about converting searches into sales. Pinterest users, again, are ready to invest. It's a platform built for people who want to buy. It's not just for people who are on there to scroll or just simply to browse. Pins have a longer shelf life. So keep posting and repurposing content to stay relevant. Search engine optimization is everything. Again, your pins need strategic keywords if you want your ideal client to find them. And the last thing is it is a long game. So you need to be consistent. You need to create high quality pins. And when I say pins, high quality content that drives results over time. Let me pay the bills really quick. Oh, but before we pay the bills, some of you are like, I wasn't expecting this content to be so great. And now I don't have any notes. How can I watch this again? Well, just text slides to 833 258 7547, and then you can get it. All right, let me pay the bills really quick. We are less than 2 weeks away from our next cohort for Masters Academy. Some of you have become aware that we do offer an advanced certification in spirit-led transformational Christian coaching with our own proprietary IIPP transformational coaching model. It's been a dynamic program since we launched it last year. We're going into cohort 4, and it's 6 weeks long on Thursday nights. We take the replays of those and we have them available within 24 hours. Let me share with you what what you're going to get inside of this program. One is it's 6 weekly live sessions. We also have as a part of Masters Academy is our Christian coaching community. So we have a Facebook group that has a dynamic group of people who are all going through the program together. And that means that you have access to people for support, for prayer, for homework buddies, or any of those other kinds of things. Again, it's a brilliant group of people that you get to walk through this program with. You're going to earn an advanced CPC credential, as well as you're going to get the tools that we've created specifically for this program, and they are spirit-led transformational coaching tools. It's over 60 pages of tools and questions. And what we do is I show you how to utilize the tool each week. That's your homework for the week. You just turn in your assignment, and then you learn more about the next pillar and the next tool. There is nothing like this in the coaching world. I've seen all of those other coaching programs that are out there, and they really borrow off of the same existing models of coaching that have been around for, well, I don't know, 40 years or something like that. And just because you call something Christian doesn't actually mean that it's Christian. So what we've done is that we've taken this farther and we've created a coaching model that is truly spirit-led, that is dynamic and transformational. Our coaches always say, man, I didn't expect this to be so transformational, and seeing someone go in one session and have a breakthrough that might have taken them years otherwise, or maybe never. This program, for those of you who have already earned your basic credential, is only $395. If you don't have your basic credential out of the way, you can add $100 to that, and you can buy the bundle now. Listen, you don't have much time. If you're thinking about doing this, you need to get enrolled now. It's $100 off for the bundle to be able to get the life coach certification course and to take part in Masters Academy. That only gives you less than 2 weeks to knock that training out of the way, because we're not going to cover the basic credential stuff once we start on those Thursday nights. So I'd highly encourage you to get started with that. For those of you who are looking to earn your basic credential, one great opportunity is coming up, only 2 weeks away, is our next live coaching bootcamp. This is a 3-day live weekend over Zoom where we walk you through all of the parts of the life coach certification course. It's really what I would say is it's the same core modules, but it's delivered live with Q&As as well as demos and all of those other things. There's 7 sessions. Session 1 is Foundations of Coaching. Session 2 is the Anatomy of a Dynamic Coaching session. Session 3 is how to help your clients get extraordinary results. 4 and 5 is how to listen on a transformational level. Session 6 is how to ask powerful questions. 7 is how to establish a growing coaching practice. This weekend includes live coaching demos, and it also includes live Q&As. So for some of you who are thinking about, man, I've been wanting to get trained and certified, but my schedule hasn't been working for me, the best thing that you could do is take our accelerated program that's Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and you've knocked all of your training out. You just need to turn in your assignments and take the exam. What all is included? Besides those 7 live sessions with live Q&A and role playing, you're also going to get brandable templates, including coaching agreements and a client welcome pack. When I say brandable, it means that we put all the coaching agreement stuff together, all of those things. You can just change color schemes, you can change logos, you can change any of the language, but it gives you something that is fully editable rather than us giving you something that's shrink wrap that you can't really work with. You're also going to get the coaching tool starter kit as well as hundreds of question samples. Obviously, you're going to earn your life coach certification and receive your certificate. And you also get replays and handouts plus bonus live Tuesday night coach training. Because I know sometimes over the course of a weekend, it's like drinking from a fire hose. So being able to join us on Tuesdays can be really helpful for you to continue to connect, get your questions answered, and all those things. The cost is only $295. Now, some of you have gotten your credential out of the way, or maybe not. The best thing that I could offer you, and if you guys have been enjoying what we do on Monday nights, well, you haven't seen anything yet. On inside of our Jumpstart program, we give you the A to Z business development roadmap, including a group coaching call and several other courses for you to establish a thriving coaching practice. Here's some of the things that it actually includes. It includes a life coach certification course. It also includes all of these courses like Brand Camp. It's 13 hours of training. We take you by the hand and give you a step-by-step on how to develop your marketing messaging. We cover how to develop your website. We cover search engine optimization. That part alone is worth thousands of dollars because we've helped many people get page 1 on Google. How to write a sales page. How to write a high-converting email. We have coaches who have email lists that are getting open rates of like 60, 70, 80% who have went through and gotten the details. And there's tons of tools and there's tons of bonuses. We also are big encouragers of not just thinking of your coaching practice as a bunch of one-on-ones. I developed this course because I'm really big on coaches creating multiple streams of income. And so the coaching product launch blueprint can be used for your business launch, for group coaching, for online courses, for webinars, workshops, retreats, any of those things. It's another one of those opportunities to go from brainstorming all the way to launch. We give you every step that you need to be successful. The cost of this program would normally be thousands of dollars a month. It's only $97 a month. And everything that I told you about also includes a weekly group coaching call. So when you join on Wednesdays, you can get your questions answered. You can also get feedback on anything that you are working on for your business. It is a complete steal. I've been told that many times, but we are trying to price this to give you the incentive to get the help that I believe that you need. $97 a month with a 3-month minimum commitment. That's only $3 a day. And so you could give up Starbucks for a month and you'd still have an extra probably $25 a month because we're not even as much as what you're spending on Starbucks right now, probably. Let me look at a couple of these posts. Kathy says, Masters Academy has changed my life. I'm so grateful I made the choice to attend. That's so cool. And good. Awesome. Well, cool, everybody. Well, we're going to head out of here. And what I am going to do is I am going to put this on replay so some of the other people can kind of watch it. So this stream will end, but you can jump in on our Facebook or on our YouTube if you missed the very first part of it. But listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Get enrolled. There's a link inside links inside the description right now where you can get to any of these programs and you can get enrolled in about 90 seconds. Listen, I appreciate you so much. Have a great rest of your week and take care. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Mentor Monday. Mentor Monday is your weekly microdose of encouragement, inspiration, and miracle grow on your potential as a coach. If you've never joined us for Mentor Monday, here's the way we always start. We want to hear from you. So do me a huge favor. Jump inside the chat, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook, jump inside the comments right now. Tell us hello. Tell us where you're joining us from, what you're excited about, what you feel life and momentum on in your life. Also, do me a huge favor. If you're watching this, you've been here in any other previous week ever, you guys know that I don't waste your time. And that means that when we say we're going to do something at Life Coach Training Institute, we actually do it. So even though Mondays are freebies, the only thing that I'm asking for you in return is to like this post. Like it on Facebook and like it on YouTube, either one that you are on, and a comment. That tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. We're in really the tail end of a series that is all about getting your social media up and going for your coaching practice. But before we jump in, let me say hello to the people who are saying hello to me. Let me jump in really quick. Paula, who's joining us from New York. Good to see you. Kim is joining us from Central Oregon. Diana is joining us from Switzerland. All right. Kathy's joining us from Ohio. Who else I need to say hello to? Stephen joining us from Arkansas. And Love's joining us from Atlanta. Tanya saying hello. We have LT Fit joining us from Toronto. Again, if you guys would jump inside of the chat right now and let us know that you are here. That helps us, tells Facebook and YouTube that we're doing a good job. Also, do me a huge favor. Just hit that like or love. You can do either one of those, and we would really appreciate it because we want to help as many coaches as we possibly can. You know, our forward mission statement at Life Coach Training Institute is proficient coaches. So we want to develop and launch the best coaches on the planet. But we also have another part of that mission statement, and that's where most other schools don't even scratch the surface of, which is thriving practices. We want to see you be successful as a business person. Doesn't matter if you got a nice little certificate if you don't know how to get clients. And so what we've been doing and what we do even on every Monday is that we are always doing something that is unto that end. It's either helping you get better results with your clients, or it's helping you build your business and get more clients. And so obviously in this series, we're focused as our primary objective is giving you some tools to help you get more clients. Let me see who else do I need to say hello to. Stephen from Ontario. Diana says, will this be available somewhere else for reviewing? Well, it's on, you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. So that means that this link right now will be forever on there unless we deleted it, which we're not going to, but you can always come back to it. So just save it. Matter of fact, this is a great time wherever you are, Diana. Just like our Facebook, if you're on Facebook right now, looks like you're on Facebook, just like the page. That way you can be reminded anytime we go live. You can actually opt in for notifications on there. If you guys are on YouTube, you can just subscribe to the channel. That way, every time that we go live, which is pretty much every Monday night, 5:15 Pacific time, that's LA time, Los Angeles time. That way you get reminders and you can join us. Anybody else want to say hello? If you guys would, jump inside the chat. We're about to jump into the content, but jump into the chat really quick and let us know where you are joining us from, what you're excited about. Do me a huge favor and like and share this video because we want to help as many coaches as we possibly can. Now, if you haven't been with us for the last few weeks, we have been in this series called the Life Coach Starter Guide to Social Media. And what I have attempted to do over the last few weeks is to introduce you to all of the major social media platforms. I know that most of you probably have social media and have many of these platforms already, probably on your phone, or you're logged into it on your browser or something like that right now. And but it doesn't mean that you've ever attracted business or gotten clients in that way. And so what we did in this series is that we put all of these things together to really as a starter guide. I will tell you, there's a number of strategies and there are advanced strategies and a bunch of other kinds of things. And what I really wanted to do for everybody is to get you started, to introduce you to these platforms so that you know the difference, because it's important to know. And again, I'm going to stress all of you should be choosing a niche. Your niche is going to be a certain people, a people group. There's a profile you can probably come up with that person. And not only a profile of who that person is, but what is the problem that keeps them up at night. And that is what a niche is built on. Coaches who do not choose the people and the problem are not going to be able to get clients, because what are you going to talk about? Are you just going to talk about life in general and you're just constantly coming up with new topics? That's not a way to build a business. So you've got to choose your who, and you got to choose a problem that is a high quality problem that keeps them up at night. And you build your coaching practice around that. Now, once you know who your who is in that problem, then you choose a platform where you can find those people. And they are on all of these platforms, and they all have strengths, as we've been learning week after week. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about LinkedIn. And if you're looking for professionals, that's a great platform to put yourself on. And Facebook's great for a slightly older, but wealthier generation, because it's so powerful in terms of an engagement tool. We looked at Instagram, we looked at YouTube, but tonight we're looking at TikTok. Now, here's what I would say. Some people were like, is that banned? No, it's not banned. Anything that has a lot of money in it is always going to, I mean, the reality is that there's too much money in it and there's too much American money for that thing to go away. Now, there's absolutely some probably concerns of it being owned by a country, or owned by an individual, or by a country outside the United States. But I just want to encourage you that all of that stuff is getting resolved as we speak. That probably what they're looking for is that they're looking for an American or an American company to buy this thing out, so that again, we don't have data going to other countries and stuff like that. That's what the concern is. But it's not going away. Just so you guys know, I know that they had, there was all this talk: is it going to be banned? Is it going to go away, or whatever? And even with some people that I know that actually use the platform, and I said, nah, it's probably going to go away for about 1 to 3 days, and then they're going to figure some stuff out. And that's basically what happened. And they're still working on those things right now. So I don't expect this platform to go away. I don't think it's under any kind of a threat to go away or anything else. So if you're interested in this platform, let's jump in and let's talk about it. So here's where we want to start. If you want the slides for tonight, you need to text the word slides. Don't text any other word. Just text the word slides to 833-258-7547. I'll give you a second to do that. 833-258-7547. You text the word slides, and we will make sure that you get the slides. I'll give you a second to do that, and then we are going to jump in. I mean, aren't we so generous? We have these beautiful slides that we put them together, and we want to make sure that you walk away with something in your hands. So some of you who are like, I need to take notes, well, this makes it a lot easier for you. So let's start the way that I have each week, with just a reminder of what we are doing in social media. Why is it called social media? Well, it's a really important word that you see right here. What is that word right there? It is social. What is that about? Social is about connection. It's about relationships. And the coaches who think that social media is about advertising are completely missing the boat. Social media is all about connection. It's all about engagement. So the people who are just out there advertising are not really building a relationship with the people who are watching or looking at anything that they have. And as a result, they're not getting clients. So I want to give you again the social media relationship map of what are we trying to accomplish. First of all, you need to clarify your message. I said that just a bit ago. You need to figure out who your who is and the problem that you're helping people solve. You have to have a consistent message, not talking about 10 different problems and 10 different kinds of people, one problem, and that's what you talk about. And you know what? You don't get tired of talking about it, and you don't get off of that message. You don't take your foot off of the accelerator of always preaching that message. And here's the reason why. It's going to take a little while for many people to become a client. It's not going to happen in the first week for most people. So that means that there's constantly going to be new people who are coming in. And even the first people who hear it have to keep hearing it. And what you do is that every time that you say that message, that people, and that problem, and you only talk about that, what you're doing is that you're constantly reinforcing the message. Think about with anything that you see on TV, a commercial. The more times that you see the commercial, you get to associate the logo and the brand with a problem and probably know the jingle, and you probably know the hooks and all of those other things. You remember those things over time. It keeps getting reinforced. See, coaches who are always talking about new things, they're not associating themselves with a problem, and they become very forgettable really quickly. And so as people are coming through, the more times they hear it, the more it's reinforcing who you are, and it's reminding them that they need to do something about it. And then every day, literally, there's going to be new people who are coming in. So maybe you said something, you're like, well, I already talked about that. Well, it doesn't really matter, because the people always need to be hearing the reinforcement of it, and new people are always coming in who don't know you. So there's going to be a consistent message that you've got to speak, and you've got to do things that help your clients find you. So you're going to pick a platform where your ideal audience is, and you're going to make it easy for them to connect with you. So you're going to strengthen your profile. That means if there's a profile page on any platform, there's a profile page on this platform as well, then you need to actually talk about it in terms that they would actually search for, that they would actually look for, and they can understand it. Like they can take one look at your profile and know who it is that you help and what problems that you help people solve. So make it really easy for people to find you. You've got to engage authentically. Social media is about building relationships. It's not just for you just posting about your business. And you want to serve with value. So everything that you're doing has an end game of inspiring, educating, entertaining, and solving problems that will create reciprocity, which just means that the more that you help people, when they are ready to do something about it, they want to give back to you. And two more things. You have to build trust over time. Coaching relationships are born when clients are ready and rapport is established. If you are going to just post for 1 week and say social media doesn't work for me, if you're going to post for 30 days and just like, nobody wants to buy my stuff, well, you just showed that you weren't really in it for people. You were all in it for your own game. And in any relationship, initiating, whether it's a friendship or a romantic relationship or whatever, what do is that you stay in the game, and you keep being available, you keep being in their life, you keep being present, and you nurture a relationship. And then you do this, is that you ask a reasonable, appropriate ask for whatever that next thing is. So you're going to use call to actions that invite them into the next level of the relationship, like free resources, conversations, consultations, that kind of thing. Now let's talk about TikTok specifically. First of all, facts and figures. Currently, TikTok has 1.58 billion monthly active users globally. And the way that that user group breaks down, you'll notice that this is a younger audience. It is heavy on Gen Z. Over 60% of users on this platform are between the ages of 10 to 29. Now it doesn't mean that older people are not getting on, because it is growing amongst millennials and Gen Xers. And there are more professionals and business owners that are using TikTok than ever. So I don't want you to think that this is only a platform for young people, but it is. There are a ton of young people who are on it. But what's happening is that people, professionals, and everything else are learning that how to use this platform. It's kind of getting to us. Like I'm a Gen Xer myself. So we are, millennials are like basically from anybody who was born between like, after like 1980, something like that. It's not an exact science on those numbers or whatever, but I'm older than that. Actually, the half century mark so far. And so what's happening is that some of us older people are getting introduced to the platform a little bit later, and we're learning to use it. And so that's coming on. But you're going to find all of those groups. You're not going to find the oldest groups in there. So I wouldn't expect to find a bunch of baby boomers on here if that's what you're looking for your ideal client. What makes TikTok stand out? Well, the big thing when it comes to income and buying behavior is that users are highly engaged shoppers, and 1 in 3 are buying something that they discovered on TikTok. Now, last week we talked about Pinterest being the motive of being on the platform was actually to buy something. And these are really high end, like that's the richest users. Average user is actually on Pinterest. On here, there's plenty of buying power, there's plenty of money. And so this is a stunning statistic because you can't say this about Instagram and you can't say this about Facebook either. So 1 in 3 is actually buying something that they discovered on TikTok. And TikTok users convert. When they trust someone who is creating on that platform, they actually do take action. A couple of other things. On TikTok, there is an insane organic reach. And on Instagram and Facebook, sometimes it's not as easy the way that the algorithm doesn't really work for small accounts or new accounts or any of those other things. But TikTok functions a little bit differently. And so it's possible to get in front of thousands, even millions, without paying for ads and doing anything crazy. It's also trend driven. So this is one platform that probably more than any of the other platforms, it's fast moving. It's it's culture changes. What was cool isn't cool today. It's a younger demographic, so things are going really quick. And so creators who are tapping into trends early get rewarded with visibility, which means is you need to actually pay attention to what people are doing on the platform. Short form video first. If one of the things that I always hear young people talk about with this particular platform, there are no carousels. Now, granted, you can click through some things. There's not long captions. There's not blog like posts. It's all about snackable, high impact content. One of the things that I hear younger users talk about with this platform is that as opposed, like if you want to get something done, some of us who are a little bit older, we go on YouTube to look for a DIY or a how-to. Now, if you've ever went on YouTube to figure out how to do something, have you ever noticed that the video might be really, really long and it might be 8 minutes long? And it ends up taking you like 3 minutes before because they start talking around. And it's not people who are going like again. These are younger users. You're going to lose them if you talk for like 6-8 minutes anyway. So one of the things that younger users always talk about this platform is to learn to do things. They love to actually use TikTok versus YouTube because no one wastes their time. They're not doing a bunch of like whatever. They're not wasting a bunch of time. They just kind of get to the point, which is really important for you, for some of you who are like, oh, it seems exhausting to try to make a 10 or a 15-minute or a 30-minute video. You don't do that here. It makes you say a lot with less. It helps you think about high impact, economizing on words, and all of those things. What else makes it stand out? Well, fast trust building. Video accelerates connection, and people feel like they know you, which makes conversions easier. So one of the most powerful things about video, when coaches are afraid of video, like I don't want to show my face and everything else, you can get a lot of things done with email marketing. You can get a lot of things done with your website. You can get a lot of things done with Facebook posts. I'm not saying that there's not value in those things, but people feel connection when they can look at your face, when they can hear you, when they can feel like the room right now and the people who watch this in the future, because most people watch these on replay when I go live on a Monday. And I always hear from people, I was bought in after I watched one of your videos, after I heard what you had to say, after people understood, heard my story a few times and everything else. They buy into me authentically more than they're going to buy into everything else. And people want to trust people. And so if they never hear your voice, it's not about being great and it's not about being scripted. I'm not scripted at all. You guys have slides. That's as scripted as I get. And I fumble over words and I trip over things. And sometimes my PowerPoint doesn't work. Sometimes there's little glitchy things on there. I don't care, because it's not about perfection. I do all of this so you guys have something tangible, and we do want it to look good. Like, there's nothing wrong with dialing things in and making it sharp, but it's not about being perfect. And I'll say more about that in a little bit. A couple of other things. The algorithm actually works for you. A lot of times other platforms limit your reach to followers or some of these other factors. TikTok actually pushes your content to new audiences based on interest and not just existing connections. Now, there's some mistakes that coaches are making on the platform. One of those that I was kind of alluding to, and I can say right here, is that if you are too polished on TikTok, it's actually going to work against you. When things are incredibly polished, then it means that you don't really come off as authentic and it looks a bit staged. How often do you watch videos now and you're like, I don't think that was real? Like, my kids will pick up on it really quickly. Yeah, I don't think that was real. It looks like that was a setup, even if it's a funny video or whatever. And they have a keen sense of what is real and what is not. And that's increasingly that when people pick up on something not being very authentic, they smell something. There's something in the room that they're smelling, and they're usually right pretty much every time. A couple of other mistakes that coaches are making on the platform. One is skipping the hook. That when we talk about the hook, there is about 3 seconds in the very beginning. I pretty much always tell coaches this anyway. When somebody comes on your website, in 3 seconds, they should know who this is for and what problems it helps people solve. They should be able to see themselves on the page if it's actually for them. When they go on your profile page, when they look at your videos, you've got 3 seconds to get them to connect. Because here's the deal. TikTok, you're not on, if you don't say anything, if you just waste time or whatever, you're going to just get swiped and they're going to go on to the next thing. So to get them to stop and take note, then you've got to get their attention in 3 seconds or they're out of there. Also, coaches that ignore trends, it doesn't mean that you have to do a song and dance, but you do need to tap into what's actually culturally relevant. And so look for the things that actually work. Most of the time, coaches, and this is a problem on all platforms, not just this one, is that most coaches are posting, and they never have a call to action. You've got to direct people somewhere, whether that is in subscribing to a list, it's getting a discovery call, it's getting a freebie. You're leaving money on the table if you never, because here's what you've got to have. You have got to have an exchange at a certain point. And so what that means is that you're going to give them great content. And so you're going to give them value. And what you need to get in return at a certain point is that you need to get some contact info from these people at the very least. And so if you don't have it set up, and most coaches don't, they just talk, and they never have a step where there's any kind of a swap of that. There are plenty of actual influencers on social media that have thousands and thousands of followers and they're not making any money. You don't need thousands of followers. I'll just remind you. If you had 25 people who are watching you and they are engaged in you and you get their contact information, that's all you really need to continue to nurture a relationship with them. Because let's say they're not on the platform for a couple of days. Let's say that they just missed your post for a couple of days. if I have contact info that I can either email them or invite them to a free webinar or to some other kind of freebie, what I'm doing is this is my strategy to continue to build a relationship. Because I will say that TikTok itself is not it's not as relational and as engaging relationally of a platform as say Facebook is, because you can create groups there and everything else. So you've got to have something that you're calling people to so that you can find out who they are. Otherwise, people are just looking at your videos and you never hear from them and you never find out about them. Obviously, coaches are constantly have this issue of inconsistent posting. And when coaches are posting inconsistently, that comes off inauthentic to people who are out there on that platform. So what are you in it for, and what are you doing when you're on there? TikTok rewards regularity. Posting, if you're only posting once a month, then the algorithm doesn't really care about you. So if you're invested in the platform, then the platform will actually reward you. So let's talk about strategy. Try this. And when I say try this, what we're talking about with anything that we do, with all of these, and especially if this is your first time with us tonight, welcome. I'm going to encourage you to go back and look at the other platforms as well. When I give you this strategy, I'm not saying this is the end all be all. What all of you are going to eventually find are the kinds of things that work with your people, the time of the day when you should be posting, what kinds of content and everything else. But you're not going to know until you're consistent. So when I say consistent, that means that you are actually making a plan to be on the platform for 90 days and you're going to post consistently on it. And you're not going to change anything every day. What you're going to do is that you're going to post and then you're going to learn as the weeks progress before you start changing your strategy. Because what coaches do all the time is that they come out of the gate and they're always changing stuff. And so you never really find out what works and what doesn't, because you need to do it several times before you will see. And you got to be patient. So how often should you post? Post consistently without burning out. That's 1 to 3 posts per day, but at minimum 3 to 5 posts per week. That's how you should start out of the gate. One of the things that I'm a big advocate of is repurposing your content. That means if you've got long form content, like you've written a blog, you have a podcast, you have something that's on YouTube, there's nothing that you can't reuse. And so you can take little snippets, because again, these are bite size. These are like little nuggets that you're putting on TikTok. And that's what you're trying to use the platform. So repurpose the content that you've created. Batch create videos. What am I saying? You don't want to be scrambling every day. So have a plan. If you can do a content strategy over time, actually have a calendar over time, then that would be really important. What should you post? Well, I mean, there's a lot of different things that you could draw from, but we're talking about quick band-aid fixes, quick tips that they can really apply very quickly. You're doing it wrong content. So call out mistakes. It's like, stop doing this in interviews. If you start out with that on the front end in that 3 seconds, you can get people's attention towards what you're calling them to. Also, mini storytelling. Use quick personal stories with a transformation lesson. People love stories, and stories are very powerful. Obviously, with any of these platforms that give you the ability to go live, I highly encourage you to do lives. You can do a live Q&A, which doesn't require you to do a bunch of pre-planning. You just go in at a certain time, and that allows you to kind of engage with people in real time. Couple of other things. Use TikTok to build your email list, or if you have a Facebook group, or any off the platform funnel. So we're trying to get them to do something. So if you can offer a freebie or a lead magnet, it's like a PDF download, it's a challenge, it's a webinar, it's a quiz, it's a free course, it's whatever. We need something that is a call to action that allows us to begin to harvest information, because you won't get it otherwise. And here's the other thing that I would say. even though you will use messages and you will use comments and everything else inside of TikTok, the problem is that you don't have it's living in TikTok, and there's no way that you can really manage it. But if I can get their contact information into a form somewhere or whatever, then that gives me the ability to continue following up with them. You can just go in the comments and you can say DM me the word free in captions to trigger a conversation or to share a link. And so this is a very common strategy that you see in these videos a lot. Also, make sure you add a clear call to action in every post. Follow for more and grab a free guide in my bio, something like that. And once you are eligible, and that means that you need to get to 1,000 followers, you add a clickable link in your bio to drive traffic to your landing page. Now, a few more things. I'm going to hit these really quickly. Encourage DMs, DM coaching if you want details. So make sure that you're always giving giving people options, telling them what their next step is, what you're open for. You need to tell people what their next step is. Guide them to your freebie. Want my free mindset guide? It's in my bio. So you need to communicate that. Move them to email. Drop your email in my comments and I'll send it. That way, again, you're getting contact information from them. And then ask viewers questions and reply. And over time, then you build trust. The goal, again, is not just views. It's about conversations. It's about connection. It's about engagement. And then ultimately, what happens out of that is that it leads to connection. TikTok is for attention. Your strategy moves people off platform. Again, what I mean by that is what we've got to do, because I don't have their contact information in TikTok and I can't manage all of this stuff in the platform. I've got to have a step that involves them doing something and giving me information. Cell number, email address, or whatever. I need to move them into something so that I have a means of knowing who they are and nurturing a relationship outside of just posting videos. Really, really important. The right content builds trust fast, and you're going to learn over time what content your ideal clients like more than other things. Strong CDA, strong calls to action, turn viewers into clients, and your email list is the goal. You need to capture leads early and you need to capture leads often. And so you've always got to have that. Obviously, our big outcome is that we want to get clients, but my objective is to nurture relationship. So that means I'm using everything that I do on there to nurture relationship, but I'm also giving them an appropriate free or low risk opportunity for me to follow up with them in other kinds of ways. If you want these slides, just text slides to 833-258-7547. Do that really quickly, and I'm going to pay the bills really fast as well. Someone was asking, where can I get these slides? If you can't text in, just look inside of the chat right now. This is the page where we always have the slides to download. You can just go there and do it, and you can get it each week. Just scroll down the page to get it. Hey, for those of you who have not gotten trained and certified as a coach, our next boot camp, there will not be one until the middle of May. I won't even be in town to do one in April, and we're not doing one in March. So this will not be happening again until May. So those of you who have a procrastination problem, you've been thinking about becoming a coach, we haven't been able to encourage you enough to get into our self-paced program, join me this weekend. We go Friday night, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. So it's a little less than 2.5 days to knock all of your life coach certification training out this weekend. All you'll need to do at the end is submit your assignments and take the exam, and you're done. Let me tell you what we're going to cover inside of boot camp this weekend. There's 7 powerful weekend sessions. It starts on Friday night with session 1, Foundations of Coaching. Session 2 is the anatomy of a dynamic coaching session. Session 3 is how to help your clients get extraordinary results. 4 and 5 are 2 sessions on listening, how to listen on a transformational level. then how to ask powerful questions, and how to establish a growing coaching practice. We also include over the course of the weekend live coaching demos so that people can practice as a client, as a coach. And also, we're going to have live Q&As at the end of those sessions this weekend as well. What all is included for the weekend? Well, besides those 7 sessions with live Q&As and role playing, you're also going to have access to, because what most coaches, when they start out, they've got to come up with a welcome pack and coaching agreements and everything else. So that usually means hundreds of dollars to get that done, and it means about 100 hours of them trying to craft that for their business. We include that as a bonus inside of the training. You're also going to get a 5-tool coaching starter kit to help you get results with your clients. You're going to get hundreds, literally hundreds of question samples that are based on the coaching models that we teach you over the weekend. Obviously, you're going to earn your life coach certification. Yes, you will get a certificate. And you're also going to get access to bonus live Tuesday night coach training. So I understand that the weekend goes really, really fast, and we give you a lot of content over the course of the weekend. And wouldn't it be nice to be able to continue to connect, ask questions, and connect with other students? Yes, that's why we have Tuesday night live coach training, because we go week by week through the modules. And then when you come in, you get a reminder of all of the content that you've been through before, but you can also ask questions, and you can find homework buddies for some of you who might have some assignments that you've got to get knocked out. The price on this, the value, we're talking a $4,500 value. This is only $295 for the entire weekend. And so that link is inside the description of this video. It'll take you 90 seconds to get enrolled. And we do have payment plans, but the best price is to go with that one-time price. We also have coming up this Thursday is our advanced training in spirit-led Christian coaching. It is a 6-week cohort that is our own proprietary spirit-led transformational coaching model. So there's no model like this in the industry. It's a brand new model that I've put together after coaching people over the last 20 years. And what I do is I introduce you to the model. We go through the 4 core pillars of the model. Pillar number 1 is intimacy with God. Pillar number 2 is identity in Christ. Pillar number 3 is promises of God. And pillar number 4 is life purpose and calling. What I do each week is I introduce you to the pillars and give you the background on each of them. And as you're going through each week, you will also have an assignment that's related to that pillar. We give you tons of tools. Matter of fact, what we've done in terms of creating these tools is that one of the downloads that you're going to get is about 70 pages. It says 60 plus pages. We got a few things that we're adding in this time, but you are going to get a 70-page download of all of the tools each week that you'll be learning. And so you're part of a coaching community. So that means that you already have built in all of the people that you need to help you knock out your assignments, and also to support you and to hold you accountable and all those other things. This is an advanced credential. So if you do not have a basic credential already under your belt, you are going to have to choose the bundle. If you already have your basic credential out of the way, the cost is only $395. If you do not have your basic credential, you'll have to choose the bundle, which is only $495. So it's only adding $100. And what you'll get is the self-paced life coach certification course along with this. You need to enroll, though, because everything is starting this Thursday for Masters Academy. So the links to these programs are inside the description of this video. This particular program goes to our website, christianlifecoach.co, not com, christianlifecoach.co. You'll get more information about all this, and we're always happy to answer any of your questions that you might have about that. So let me look over here. Yes, if there is room, you can audit Masters Academy. If you do the online program, every one of our programs are online. So I'm not really sure what you mean by online program. If you mean self-paced, we do have some weeks where on Tuesday nights that we only do coaching role playing practice. So like this past Tuesday, we did that where we just practiced for the night. And so people come in and somebody plays coach and someone plays client, and you can actually use that towards your assignments as far as that's concerned. Kathy says Masters Academy is personally transformational and will transform your coaching practice. Awesome. Oh, you're so welcome, Diana. All right. Well, everybody, listen, get enrolled. You don't have much time. I'll go back in time on just to hit this. This weekend is boot camp weekend. So, it's taking me a second to get over there. Come on, Paul. There it goes. This weekend, 14th through the 16th. The cost is only $295. We'll start on Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and all your training is done. And not only is it done, but all you got to do is you just knock out your assignments, take the exam, and you've earned your certification. So you procrastinators, you people who keep putting things off, it's the easiest way to put that to bed is just to, hey, let's do it. And it's an amazing group of people, and it's a ton of fun. So get enrolled. The links for both of the programs that I described are inside the description of this video. It'll take you 90 seconds to get enrolled, and we will see you this weekend. Well, we're going to make this video available over replay. So listen, I appreciate you guys all immensely. Have a great rest of your week and take care.